Welcome to part 2 of our run through this all-puzzle superworld by Seanhip2, one of the most notable of the one-screen puzzle makers dating back to Super Mario Maker 1. In mid-2025, he delivered this superworld of 21 puzzles, some of which are remakes or reworkings of the Maker 1 puzzles, and some of which are brand new, and all of which are new to us from the player's perspective. In a previous stream, we finished World 1, which consisted of 5 of those 21 puzzles, and we'll just continue exactly where we left off today and try to catch a bit of everything. So, let's get into puzzle number 6. Pushing Daisies puzzle. Defeat at least 2 jumping piranha plants. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got here today when it comes to any kind of exit. The goal is off the right side, as you can see, with the scrolling black stripe just off the right side edge of the screen for the unfulfilled clear condition. I noticed that there are 3 piranha plants on the board, hence why the goal is to defeat at least 2. I don't know that short of receiving a Yoshi or something, we're going to defeat the one on the right side, but I'm actually looking at it and you have to punch through the right side column anyway. So the thing is, we can't make any assumptions about which of the 3 piranha plants we're going to be taking out for the condition by the end, because obviously you do need the POW to get through the muncher that is obstructing the way to the right side edge of the screen. Now, it looks like at some point we'll need to blow out the heart blocks as well that are concealing that mushroom. So I'm looking at this and thinking that maybe the turn block down below next to those munchers may involve something like a bomb. I'm not really sure. It really depends, because we can test it with the P-switch first and see if the P-switch... Oh no, you're supposed to break those with the spiny shell, of course. Yeah, P-switch is going to release that bottom right turn block, ideally, but then how do we get under the clouds? We haven't figured that out yet. So that's kind of interesting. Oh, because I think the Thwomp is supposed to eliminate the clouds for us. I know big Thwomps do that. I was trying to process here if the small Thwomp is going to do something similar, because sometimes when we play puzzles, we completely question one's mechanical knowledge of the game, even just the very basics. So this piranha plant is going to obstruct us unless we run through it quickly. If we do run through it quickly, you get obstructed. Unless, of course, you push it out with the POW. Like if you run past here, grab the POW, push the piranha plant out of the way. If you push it out of the way, then you have a free hand to grab the spiny hat. Rather, wear the spiny hat and not lose it. Now, is there anywhere where we would not want to wear the spiny hat on top? I'm not really sure just yet. But it seems that we would need something in order to get up top. I think that if we just load the POW block, then we can do that. And yeah, hence pushing Daisies puzzle. You're going to be using the POW to push the Daisies, or rather the piranha plants. Not to be confused with Princess Daisy. At some point we'll have to get up here, and then we've got this muncher loaded on top of the donut block as well that we may need to deal with. I think we need to restart and then try the POW interaction that we were talking about. Notice that when you grab the spiny hat, you're going to lower this platform, which is going to lower both munchers in this stack. The POW throw has to be into the muncher stack, because then you take out 2. I can't quite tell if these 2 munchers here are loose stacked or tight stacked in terms of the placement in the palette. We actually will need to start over and watch the munchers closely. Yeah, so you see, for the 2 stacks of munchers here, the 2 big munchers, the first one actually, the top one rather, falls onto the bottom one. And so we know it's not a tight stack. That actually does affect the logic of what happens when you throw the POW into the column, and so that's going to be something important that we need to deal with as well. So we run past here, and then we push. Or rather we, yeah, just drop it like that. I mean, I don't know that we need that piranha plant alive for anything, so I think this is probably fine. I assume that there will be a little bit of P and POW stacking involved at some point to deal with some of this stuff, but notice that we haven't lowered the other piranhas yet. I think I want to run a few little tests here before we grab the spiny head. Although the thing about the spiny head is that if you obstruct the munchers, and actually I think I want to create 2 spaces with this, maybe stack P and POW here. Then when the munchers come down, you can use the spiny hat to take out both munchers. But then you don't want the thwomp necessarily to hit the POW at that point, do you? Because if the thwomp hits the POW, it dies to the POW. And you absolutely don't want that because... Yeah, because I'm imagining that I'm standing here with a spiny hat. I take out both munchers. We need the thwomp to stay alive, which means we can't have it hit the POW, and we also can't have it hit the spiny hat. Because if the POW comes down, we need it, or rather, if the thwomp comes down, we need it to hit the clouds. And then we have a P-switch activation after that. So there's going to be something here that we need to do with that logic. But I'm going to try a few things first. We're going to try POW. We can't stack P on top of POW because the munchers will press it. That will not work. But essentially, if you do this, then I wonder if I can get the height that I need in order to take out both munchers. Now, the problem is, I think you need to time it such that when the thwomp comes down, it doesn't die. Because the thwomp needs to hit the clouds. So it's a bit of a timing thing. You want the thwomp to be on the way up, then you take the munchers, then you run away. I think that's probably how you do it. Now, the thing is, why do we even care about the top left piranha? I guess we'll find out. Because, currently, I'm looking at running in, grabbing the POW, and getting out before the thwomp comes down to hit it. Also, we need the POW to grab the P up top. I forgot that step, but that's okay. We need to preserve the POW anyway, so... Let the thwomp come down, then we go away. Great. Now, if the thwomp comes down, we need to think about the collision here. Does it hit the munchers first, or does it hit the clouds first? If it hits the munchers first, I don't see why we can't just fire the POW at this point after we've grabbed the P. I don't see a problem with it. Moreover, as soon as the thwomp comes down, we need... Oh, it's going to get trapped. I see. So that's a bit of a logical issue that we need to deal with here, because let's say the thwomp comes down and hits the munchers, prioritizing the munchers before the clouds. Then the thwomp just gets trapped there. However... yeah, and if it's grounded, then the POW is going to take it out. If the thwomp comes down, and then munchers have already been taken out by the POW, then you have a bit of an issue in that there's no good way to get the thwomp out of there while retaining the spiny hat. Something tells me the left side piranha is actually going to become relevant after all, that maybe we need to find some way to displace it. Because I was thinking that if you have some kind of displacement, well, we can't really get it across over here. Here's the other thing too. So you need a spiny hat in order to take out the 2 hard blocks on the right side. There's a mushroom there because I think it implies that you don't actually kill the piranha on the right side column. You actually have to lose the spiny hat by that point, and you have to take the mushroom because then you have to jump through that right side piranha plant safely. That's the reason that you would need to defeat the one that's on this side on the left here. So here's the issue right now. We throw the POW, the munchers on the bottom row go away. Thwomp comes down, hits the cloud, but then Thwomp is trapped under the one-way panel and we have no way to get it out. And yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue. So, because right now, if the Thwomp comes down, it's going to hit the munchers and it's stop. Oh, it does take out the clouds. Okay, no, that's fine then. Then we toss the POW into the thwomp, and then we're fine. Problem is, after we toss the POW into the thwomp, we don't have a good way to get up here. Yes, we do. If we can do it in 10 seconds, you jump off the P, kill the piranha plant on the left, run all the way back to the right, and grab that coin. I think that has to be the way. So let's take out all of this stuff, and as you can see, the other piranha's off screen. We need a P jump here, P jump on top, and then do all this stuff within 10 seconds. No, not enough height. Okay, that's a bit of a problem then, actually. No, it's not, because we just killed this one. Except now we have a problem with... No, yeah, we do, actually. We don't have something to jump over. Because you're supposed to take damage and spin jump over that top piranha to go through. So you actually do need to lose the spiny head. This tells me that we actually use the spiny head to kill the left side muncher. We don't use the POW to kill the left side muncher. If we use the spiny head to kill this muncher, then we can kill that piranha before the rest of the interaction, while POW and P-switch are still alive. So that's fine. We have the solution, basically. Pretty straightforward one, unless I'm missing a major, major complication that I haven't considered yet, which might be the case. But let's place the POW on the right side first. And then we'll do the same thing as before, wait for the thwomp to retract and kill both munchers on this side. Let the thwomp retract. And then, now, we load P and POW to gain sufficient height to take out this muncher here. Then, we take out this piranha. That gives me the condition, and we don't kill the one on the right because we need to spin jump through it. So the way we do it is, let's get a P-switch out of the way first so we don't mess around. And then here, you let the thwomp come down and hit the clouds, and you nuke everything. Good. Great. Now P-switch, except, oh, here's the issue. We actually have to take damage. Wait, then we have a bit of a logical problem. Because if... Yeah, this is the twist, actually. We need to take damage in order to get the spin jump through that piranha. This tells me that instead of killing the top left piranha right away, we might actually need to move it in a position where I do not need to return up there to take damage off of it. So if we can actually push that one out of the way and displace it without killing it, then that is what we should be doing. But it's all the way on the left side, so I don't know what kind of displacement could happen. Because right now the issue is that you have to have the spiny hat when you take out these blocks. But then you need to be able to take damage on something afterwards. Right now we don't have that because the POW took out everything. We also took out that muncher gate. This tells me that we haven't considered what this donut block is for, and whether there's perhaps something we can do to displace that muncher. Not displace the muncher, but displace the plant on the top left. So we need to do a little bit of testing. Just see what interaction we can have for that one on the left side. The other thing too is that maybe you can actually load the POW here and have this piranha jump back up. I think that's how you do it, because when you get the P-switch later, then you can push this piranha over to the left instead of killing it so early. So you load it like this. Now we have to get out of the way. Nope, did it wrong. So you needed to jump back up, and then you need to sneak the POW away. So the piranha plant goes back to the claw. Then you place the P-switch there so the piranha plant is trapped on the P-switch. Because POW is going to kill it, but P-switch is going to push it. And that's the theory behind it. Okay, good. Safe. Now we need to be careful not to drop it. That gets out of range. Great. And then we're going to cross under the piranha in just a moment, so we need to place the P underneath so it does not come all the way down. Now we do the rest of this. And then next time, on the way out, we push the other piranha. But we need to be careful, because if we push it onto this slot, we can always spin jump over it to get over it. It's going to be a little bit tricky, though, to not mess this up. So let's place this. And then we now lower everything while grabbing the spiny hat. We have to be very careful not to kill this. I think at this point we actually do push it out. No, we have to be careful because we can't let the POW kill it when we fire the POW. So it'll be something timing based where we need this to keep jumping around, and then we need the POW to be way out of range. So let's keep pushing it. And just move it where we can deal with it. I mean, we can do the whole POW interaction first just to displace it, but we do need P and POW to be stacked on the left so we can make that jump up to the muncher comfortably. So, I'm doing it very quickly here, but as long as we don't nuke this jumping piranha with the POW when we throw it later, then we should be okay. And because it's jumping, we actually can make it out safely. And let's push it further to the left just to make more space. Not going to speedrun this thing, we're just going to do it carefully. In fact, if we push it far enough that it's basically off screen like the other one, then that gives us an additional point of safety. And we'll deal with that in good time. Yeah, all the way over without having it fully off screen. Because we want to scroll that off if we can. Or at least not have to deal with timing issues on it. Okay, good. Now let's place here. And then we do this interaction. Lump goes up. And then we go. Now we kill everything. Oh, I despawned it. Yeah, no, we can't despawn it. We have to keep it on screen because I didn't realize that was actually going to be past despawn range for that. I thought it was going to be within range. So actually, no, we need to keep that piranha on screen and then push it. Or rather, no, we just need to keep it on screen. When we keep it on screen, then when we fire the POW to the swamp later, it needs to be on screen, but it needs to be on screen and jumping. But other than that little wrinkle, I think we have the whole sequence worked out. It's just a little bit of a painstaking process to get it to behave properly. Okay. But we do effectively have it at this point. I can't see a further complication that I haven't accounted for, but, you know, things can happen. Okay. Might even just leave it on the top layer, so it doesn't obstruct my movement down below. And we want to give it lots of jump height here. Because if it's got lots of jump height, then first of all, we don't kill it with the spiny hat. Second, we give ourselves lots of room to fire the POW later. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I was thinking maybe this should have given me a bit more of a gap so I can run into it properly later, but no, we are fine. Okay, when the swamp is going up, then we go. And now we load this stuff. Wonder what that donut block is there to prevent. Now at this point, we do the whole interaction with the POW and the thwomp. Again, we have to wait until the piranha is jumping. Wait until it jumps. Good. Now we have to break the hard blocks, and then we come back and take damage. I made a mistake here. I needed to hit the left one. Whoops, got stuck. Okay, that was a slight mistake. We do need to break both blocks at once. We can't just go for the right one, because you do in fact need to aim correctly, so. Okay, down we go. Same idea, let's place the key first so the piranha plant doesn't drop completely. We have the solution worked out, we just need to execute. Yeah, we'll just leave it there. Just have to be very careful. That's why we want to give it as much height as possible. Oh, let's not obstruct my way out. That would be a big problem. And let's not kill it. Too close. Okay, at this point, we do the swamp interaction. Wait until the piranha jumps. Then we go back and take the P. Now we need to be very careful with breaking the hard blocks properly. Also, we actually don't want to grab the mushroom right away because it'll trap me here when I'm trying to get out to touch the other piranha. That's what this little edge is for. That could have gotten me into trouble had I not noticed that. Next, we jump through this piranha and then spin jump our way over it. Wait, no, we didn't kill it. We didn't kill the other one. Okay, no, we have a problem here. We need to kill this one after we take damage off of it. Bit of a logical issue here, actually. Because I don't have a way to kill it now. Alright, I thought I had it mapped out. We're missing one logical nuance that needs to be taken care of here. Yeah, we need to kill it afterwards. Now, at the time, we have a P-switch. So the thing is, do I have a way to kill it using the P-switch? And I don't think despawning it counts. I don't think you can just despawn it and have it count as being lopped off. So yes, we do in fact have a problem here that can't be accounted for, because if you're taking damage on the piranha plant, that creates a bit of an issue. So I'm kind of rethinking what we're taking damage on. The muncher on the left with the donut is really suspicious. Almost as if you're supposed to load it onto something. I may have to rethink it, because the POW block has to be expended in order to get to the point where I can use the spiny shell. then where am I going to take damage? Wampa's dead. All munchers are dead at that point. So yeah, the suspicious thing that I just have not dealt with is why is the muncher on top of the donut block? It's on top of the donut block so you can hit it from below. I think the donut block is purely there to act as a one-tile semi-solid, essentially. I don't think anything will drop off of that donut block necessarily. So then how do we kill this one? Well, is there a way that I can, with a spiny hat, take damage from that piranha and take out that piranha at the same time? Or something similar, or... I don't think you can just use the P to push it against the wall. I think it just deflects back towards you if you do that. But actually, we should try it. We should try it and just test it out. But the P-switch has been expended at a point, because you have to use the P-switch in order to get hard block. So yeah, no, at that point it's just you and the piranha and the spiny hat. There's no other tool to work with. You have to know other tool to work with, then how do you kill it? Okay, so yeah, that's actually is a lot more complicated than I thought. Now, the fact that we're just going to the top left and bopping the other piranha is very, very suspicious to me. I think there's got to be something more to it than that. There has to be something a little more complicated. I get the feeling that something has to be done about this muncher that isn't just killing it from below. But which is a little bit more sophisticated, I suppose. Either that, or... yeah, there's nothing else we can do with a spiny shell except wear it, so it's not going to be any other interaction with it that we haven't thought about already. So we just need to think about how to kill this thing here. I gotta test one thing. This will not be the solution, but I just want to test something quickly. When you push it against the wall, it should actually bounce back towards you. Oh, nope, that's a mistake. Let's think about this. If I'm coming back to use it as a source of damage, then we don't have a way to kill it. However, I wonder if there's a way you can actually respawn the muncher to the left. So here, if you stand here, you're off screen when you whack the womp with a pow. At that point, the muncher to the left is still available. If I figure out a way to respawn this muncher, that might actually give me something to do. I don't think so, though, because if you kill it, then it comes back. Because currently I'm killing it with a spiny head, which you can do. You can also kill it with a thwomp while it's grounded, which you can do. Very prominently, you can get over here and use the POW without killing that muncher. But if you don't kill that muncher, you don't have a way to take out the left side. So let's try a few different things here. I actually kind of suspect that if you push the plant, and then you can spin jump off of it, and then you have a way to go to the top left once other objects have been expended. Maybe that's significant. Maybe it's not. But let's try a few things. Oh, whoops, too late. Okay, let's just load up everything we can first. Yeah, because this muncher here is extremely suspicious. Now, piranha plants are on the clear condition, so they don't respawn. But if I can get the muncher reloaded, I'm not sure though, because you're outright killing it. Then I think it stays dead, but we have to think about this carefully. Okay, let's say we push. I actually kind of wonder if you... Yeah, you can't just despawn it. Despawn it won't count as a kill, but... Let's see. There might be something we can do to manipulate the loading. Because I haven't thought carefully enough about where to actually take this muncher. We've just been leaving it here. No particular reason. But if you can actually get it to... Whoops. Nope. Missed. But if you can actually get it to... let's just play this out a little bit just to check some things. Yeah, because... Okay, so using the POW has to precede this. So the step has to be, you use the POW, you use the hat, then you lose the hat. That's everything we've been assuming so far to be the case. I don't see a way around any of that. But perhaps the POW throw has to be something that's executed a little bit differently. Not really. The thing is, we don't need to get this spiny hat until the point at which we need to take out these munchers here. So I wonder if there's something else that we can do in that sequence in the meantime. Regardless, the thwomp has to come all the way down here in order to get through the bottom right. Too late. Let's just do it a slow way again, just for caution. Oop. Oh, no, too close. You have to give it a little bit of distance when you jump over it, instead of hugging that wall. Oh, no. Let it jump. We got a lot of things worked out about this, but we are missing one critical step. One hole in my logic that needs addressing. Whoops, nope, that was not meant to be a throw. That was just accidentally running into the POW. Okay, give it a little bit of distance here. And then block it again. I think everything in this sequence is probably still correct. Because all of this has to be gone anyway before you can take damage. The thing that might not be correct is the POW throw into the thwomp. But I don't see how it can be done another way anyhow, so... Let's consider options here. Why don't I sustain this piranha plant back in the claw and then deal with it later, instead of pushing it out right away? Maybe that makes some kind of difference that we need to be aware of, that we haven't thought about yet. Let's think about it, because if you... Yeah, there's a bit of clear condition logic that we need to be aware of here when it comes to the plants. The plants will not respawn once we take them out, but there might be some other nuance here to be aware of. So let's just take this out first. Do the whole right side interaction. So what we had been assuming so far is that I would need to POW at this point in order to take out this muncher. But I wonder if that's actually the case. Now the thing is... Can we actually push that muncher? I didn't think you could, but... Oh wait, let's push the plant out first so we have access to it. Well, do we actually need access to it, given that Yeah, because you can't have a trap below here, you need to have some room to jump when you activate the POW, so you need to get it out into the open. Okay. Well, we can't do that because that activates the P-switch. But... Yeah, and you can't hold an item into a spin jump. But if you load POW on... No, you can't load POW on top of Piranha because that won't work either. I don't think the munchers are pushable anyway. Like, that's not really going to be the answer regardless. Because the munchers are always just a hard wall. Let's go back to what we had before, just so we can work it out from that state. And yes, we do need this to have some jumping room. So it has to come out. Otherwise it gets trapped either on top of the donut block or under the one-way panel. Neither one will work. So let's get over here. Now, what if we do the POW now? And then you can still take out the muncher on the left afterwards. You don't take it out using... Yeah, because we try to get the POW all the way over here so the POW does not kill the left side muncher. That's still a problem though, because when we'll still have to take out the muncher to get to the left side piranha, so that's actually still a logical issue. Because we won't be able to respawn the muncher and we won't be able to take damage off of it anyhow. I think this is still an issue. Well, let's do it this way anyhow, for just a moment. The P-switch needs to be activated to get through that block. And the muncher got taken out anyhow, it was within the range. which is a bit of a problem because now you would need to spin jump off this piranha to get to the left side one. And that's okay, but we need some other way to take it out, and then... I'm just trying to think about whether there's something else we can do. Because, yeah, it needs to be P-switch and then hard blocks. Hard blocks releases the mushroom. We don't take the mushroom if we still intend to go back and forth on this left side here. But we do need to lose the hat before we get to the mushroom on the right. So how is it that you hit the hard blocks and then lose the hat? What is available to me at that point that we can still kill? Nothing really. So I think we've got a little bit of an issue here. Whoops. Now here's something that I want to try. I mean, at this point, yeah, this doesn't work anyway because you need P-switch before blocks. I'm kind of wondering whether there's something that could perhaps... Yeah, so this column is here, so you can't push the piranha through here. That's what this purpose is. Now, the top left piranha, right now we don't know what to do with it other than kill it. That is a bit of a problem. Because there's something that you're supposed to do to get that out of there that might be slightly more complicated. And we don't see it. That's the thing we've learned with all these puzzles so far, is to not assume too quickly that we've got it. Because the final complications for most of the ones that we've done so far in the super world have been actually quite devious. Okay, same idea here. I think this sequence is still correct up to this point. Maybe we're making some assumptions that we shouldn't be, but everything here looks correct so far. I don't think there's going to be a way to displace the shells for any interaction other than just picking it up. We actually do need to push this one out, so let's push it out. Because let's say we have this remain available as a damage source. Then how do we actually get rid of it afterwards? At that point, we'll have no P and we'll have no POW. The fire flower on the right looks interesting. The fire flower that is actually placed directly over the goal, because if there is a way to actually lift the right side piranha such that it actually jumps up to the top and follows me. For instance, I was saying earlier that this column here prevents you from having piranhas come through, but what if that's not true? What if what you're supposed to do... Oh, that's going to be a little bit tricky, because what if you're supposed to have two piranhas on the right side once the column is open? The piranhas push each other. You see, notice how the first ledge here, the first ledge on the bottom here. One piranha can jump up and push the other piranha. You're taking damage anyway when you jump through it with no help. The top left piranha at this point is either the one that's pushed or is the one that's dead. I think it's the one that's dead. And if you do that, and have two piranhas up the right side column. One of it is going to get up to the top in such a way that you can potentially use the fire flower, assuming that it's not a problem that you only have that one tile available on the ceiling. This might be interesting to figure out. Oh, whoops, my mistake. We made a mistake. Yeah, no, that was wrong. Yeah, because what if it's two piranhas up the right side column? Because the fact that the fire flower is available on top of the goal is actually very suspicious in its own right. The thing I'm worried about is whether you can actually shoot with the fire flower if you just have one tile and Mario is two tiles high. And whether that would actually reach. And of course the other issue is how do we get a piranha across this gap to begin with? You would need to do something like obstruct its head. And obstruct its head very carefully and then do a push past that point. With like a soft drop of the P and then just inch it over. Then you would have another problem, which is when it's far enough to the right that it jumps up past this point, then how do you follow up? I don't know how to sneak it down to this row. It might not really be that possible. Yeah, I don't think this idea actually works, but let's just go through this and map things out. Okay. I mean, do we want to hit both of these at once? I think we have to. Oh, nope, too early. No, it's okay, because we still have time to push the P with the piranha, or indeed just have this piranha jump. Regardless, though, it looks like we can't actually get out of range of the other muncher that's slightly off screen. Maybe. Actually, yeah, piranha's caught at this point, so that's fine, that's convenient. Left side muncher is gone. Yeah, it's still within range. So P-switch gets you through here. Then you have to bump this stuff, then you actually have to evade the mushroom. But then if you actually find a way to... You know what? You can pass the goal. Passing the goal, though, doesn't allow you to interact with anything on the left side anymore, though, because I was thinking, oh, why don't you just do something with a spring? It doesn't actually work because you can no longer access the column through which you're entering. Okay, so suppose we take the mushroom, exit. Also, yeah, I made a mistake already at this point because we now don't have a way to get up there unless we push this plant into position and spin jump out of it. Which we can do. Let's try it. Regardless, at this point we don't have a POW to do any kind of obstruction for this thing here. Notice though, as long as the piranha plant is on this row, it can actually be moved back to the claw. For whatever reason that you might want. Then we have to get across. Yeah, I don't think you can... Gotta knock it off screen. Okay, so that's fine, except I wonder actually if you can up-throw the P-switch into this position here on top of this falling platform, and then come up here, then pick it up again, and do something with the P-switch to manipulate this one here on the left. Because the fact that we're just coming up here and killing this on the left is still really suspicious, that we're not using this piranha plant for anything else. I wonder if there's something that you can do that allows the P-switch to... let me think about this, because if you have the P-switch, you activate it, you then have access to the hard blocks, but then... you have to take a point of damage. This is the only source of damage. You can actually move this back to the claw at any point. I don't know why you would, but... maybe there's something you can do. Now, you don't have any objects at this point to manipulate the... yeah, no, and then it winds up in this edge and you've got all kinds of problems. Because I'm wondering if there's some other way we can take this out. That is not currently available to us. But, like, if you, for instance, get on top of the donut block. I don't think so. I don't see a way to kill it. And welcome, Starblast. We're not doing viewer levels today. We've got a super world full of puzzles to get through at the moment, but we do try to run viewer levels from time to time on the stream. Possibly we'll have to queue open on a different occasion. Okay, so P-switch gets me through this, but then I'm wondering if there's a way for the P-switch to expire and then have it kill something. I don't think so, though, because all we have here is basically this. And one thing we should check, actually, is whether it did, in fact, increment the counter with a despawn. I don't think it does. It doesn't count as a kill. But maybe we shouldn't assume that until we've double-checked it. Let's double-check it, actually. Because that's the only thing I can think of. But then, if you've used the P-switch, you don't have a way to push it far enough for a despawn if you want to take damage. Because we need to hit a P-switch. Yeah, I don't see how it'll work. Bomb comes down and hits these clouds, which is taken out. I wonder if there's a way for the POW to leave one muncher alive for us, maybe. I don't have any other object to load here, though. There's nothing else that's going to survive the munchers coming down. Whoops, my mistake. So the thwomp comes down. Yeah, in Mario, I mean, it's not entirely accurate that I don't do fewer levels. I just haven't done it in a long time because we've been going through so much other content. But you're right that I'm not doing it today. That's correct. But let's see what we can do here. We may have been on this for a while because there's one very tricky complication that I didn't account for right at the end. I wonder if I'm killing the thwomp too early. Because essentially we need a source of damage that I'm still able to take out afterwards. And currently I'm wondering if it is in fact possible to do something about this muncher to leave it alive. The other thing is that we could rethink how the POW is actually being activated. I was thinking about it as a direct throw into the thwomp, but it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be a throw into the thwomp at all because the thwomp is in a grounded position. But then you still have the same sequential issue afterwards. So here's the thing. When a POW is not Mario activated, like if you have another activating agent, then maybe that actually can leave the left side muncher alive, but then we don't have a way to deal with a whole bunch of other stuff. I actually wonder if you kind of get close enough to soft drop the POW towards the thwomp while it's in that grounded position, and yeah, that's not really going to overlap or anything though. Let me think about this. This requires a little bit of thought here. You absolutely need to take out the two clouds on the right. But the fact that there's a third cloud over here with a muncher, that we have not actually dealt with yet. We haven't worked through that implication. Why even is there a muncher with the third cloud here? What is its purpose? We can figure that out. Like, these things don't happen by accident. If we can figure out why there's the third muncher here and what that is actually doing, then maybe we can figure out something that we hadn't before. Now, the other thing too, I know. P-switch has to activate before the POW. The reason the P-switch has to activate before the POW is because the activation of the POW is going to give you a coin drop. If you get a coin drop, why does that matter? If you get a coin drop off the block, you still need Spiny Hat to head over to the right side and take out the hard blocks. Now, why would that matter? Because is there some reason? Okay, no, that would matter because it allows me to get rid of the coin without crossing over. Which might mean that I don't know, still the same problem remains though, that Even if you get a coin drop over there and run this side, you still need a spiny hat to take out A, the munchers, and B, the mushroom over there, unless we go back to the original idea that we had of let me think about this, because you see, the munchers are loose stacked. That's also important. Because if the munchers are loose stacked, then what if you have a POW throw into them, and then you use the spiny hat to take out the thwomp somehow? No, because you still need to cross over the spiny hat to the right side no matter what in order to hit the hard block, so it still isn't going to work. But we need to test some things. We need to just try out a few interactions just to make sure we know exactly what happens, even if they're not part of the solution. One such interaction is to see what happens if you do a POW throw into the muncher stack instead of doing what we were doing with suspending them over top. This will almost certainly not be part of the solution, but we need to try it. Yeah, so it takes out all of this stuff, then thwomp comes down. This might be important. This might be really important, actually. Because if you have the coin drop at this point, what if the thwomp is your source of damage? If you're able to sneak down here, and you're able to... Well, the thwomp has to come down this far in order to take out clouds. But what if you're able to keep the thwomp alive long enough that you can sneak over here? I'm not sure that you can, because the thwomp is going to take up these 4 spaces over here. You would need to be able to sneak over here without inadvertently killing the thwomp. I don't know that there's a way to do it. Because the idea is that if you've expended a POW over here, then the spiny hat's your only way to kill the thwomp. The thing is, you don't need to kill the thwomp. There's no requirement to kill the thwomp, right? So if the thwomp is actually going to be a gate that's available here and allows you to take damage, then the main consideration is whether you're able to sneak over and break the hard blocks before that happens. I don't know that you can. We would have to basically juggle something here. For example, if you're juggling a P-switch, so you take out the munchers first while the thwomp is retracting up, let's say. Thwomp is up on the ceiling. Then what you do is... I think you still need the P-switch to activate at a certain point in the sequence. So I'm trying to see if I can keep the thwomp alive, essentially. If we can keep the thwomp alive, then that might be interesting. Because for one thing, that would explain why you have the extra cloud slot on the left side. If you get rid of that muncher, then you can sneak over to the cloud, essentially. And then if you're able to obstruct the thwomp in some way, and I'm not really sure how you could necessarily, but... Yeah, because to go for the spiny hat, you know you're going to get rid of the right side platform, and you can't really scroll and bring it back. But yeah, the thing is, the whole solution looks so good up to the point that we hit, and then we have complications. So basically, the issue that we have right now is that we need to find some way to kill a piranha, but also take damage. And we don't have a source of incoming damage at the very end. It could be that... Yeah, what if you don't use the POW... What if the third muncher on the left, of the bottom 3 munchers, what if the one on the left is your damage source at the end, if there's a way to keep that alive? I don't think so, because we need some... That would imply that I don't use the POW. And we need to use the POW to get through the right side muncher on the rightmost column. However, if we can find a sequence that allows me to use the spiny hat before using the POW. I don't think so, because we still have the problem with the other 2 munchers that are in the bottom row. So I don't think that sequence works either. We're burning a little bit too much time. Yeah, because so previously we loaded the bottom 2 munchers on top of a POW. And then that way we can just take them out with a spiny hat. That still looks right. It still looks intuitive. But it also still looks like it has issues, because when it comes to the thwomp... I mean, what if we just take out 1 muncher? And then... I don't think so, though, because the spiny hat... It's likely to take them both out, but let's try a few things, because something is currently out of sequence, and we need to find out what it is. So let's go back to the original idea that we had. Oh. Now, if you load the POW like this, munchers fall into it. So previously we were loading POW like this so we could sneak in here with a spiny hat and to pull it back out. I'm not sure. The sequence still needs to be like P-switch. So you have to lose the spiny hat last after you lose the P-switch. How do we know that? It's because you need to remove the obstruction that gets you access to the hard block in the first place. I'm looking at this and wondering if there's maybe another way to get through it, but P-switch can go before POW. It gives you the coin drop. Is there a reason we want the coin drop? Not necessarily. So the main reason we would want to do a coin drop is so that I don't need to cross through here for a moment, but then we still need to cross over there with a spiny hat anyway. So something about this still doesn't really work. Now, what if you took a P and POW stack over here and did a 2-high stack? That might be interesting, but it still doesn't get us through the bottom munchers. What if the thwomp comes down with 2 piranha plants already dead, and then we walk through it? No, because you still need spiny hat on the right side. But what if you have the... Well, the thing is you can't drop here until the thwomp has come down already and taken out the clouds. The thwomp doesn't retract high enough at that point to do anything else for you, because the... Yeah, there's a bit of an issue here. Let's push this and rethink it. Some little thing here is out of sequence, and we just have not figured it out. And yeah, so we have a couple of things that are suspicious right now. We don't know how to actually use the muncher on the top left. Or rather, use the piranha plant on the top left. We don't have a good way to deal with it yet. So here, we've got the POW in a position that... Is there a reason that we would just take out one? I don't think so. I think... But then why would it even have both of those together? Probably just to give yourself enough distance to grab one and sneak out with it. Just to obstruct a thwomp enough that you can do that. But then you could do that with one muncher anyway, so why would you have a loose stack of two on the right side if that's the way you're going to take them out? Because the idea there is that you can take out both of those munchers without expanding the POW, and then that means the thwomp remains alive long enough to take out the clouds. If the thwomp takes out the clouds, you still have the whole issue with the 3 muncher stack on the right. Yeah, so much of this sequence looks good up until that point, and then things fall apart a little bit. Let's load the POW in the middle this time instead. I don't think it makes that much of a difference. The thing is, right now, we're not really weaving anything in the top left into a proper place in the sequence. We know that if you have P and POW still alive, then you can create something to stand on the left side and take out that muncher. But then what does that actually accomplish? Gives us access to the piranha plant on the top left, but what does that accomplish? It hits the clear condition, but then it doesn't really do anything else useful. Okay, so wait for the thwomp to come up. Yeah, both of those will definitely come down. It's happened pretty much the same way as before. I don't know if there's any particular advantage to having... to pulling out before the thwomp comes down that column. So, for instance, what if the thwomp has not yet hit the munchers in the bottom, but then you get it to press a P-switch first? Moreover, the assumption thus far was that we throw the POW at the thwomp. What if we don't throw the POW at the thwomp? What if we activate the POW a different way? Or against a different surface? Notice that the thwomp is suspended above the munchers right now. That if you throw and not throw at the thwomp actually remains alive. That's potentially actually very important. Because if we can somehow get the thwomp to... Well, okay, this is what this cloud is preventing here, is that I don't have a way to go through it. Because if I have a way to sneak over to the bottom right without killing the thwomp, that potentially resolves a bunch of issues. So, for example, thwomp remains alive. But then, what do you even do with that, right? Let me just test something here. We'll just let this piranha go for a moment. Yeah, this is just going to block you off at this point. If you don't kill this thwomp, I don't see there's a way to get over to the right side, because you absolutely need the munchers to be gone first. You also need the clouds to be gone. However, you can remove the munchers before removing the clouds. If you remove the munchers and then have the thwomp come down after that. Then the thwomp removes the clouds, but then... what can it even do at that point? You need the thwomp to remove the clouds. I don't see another way to get rid of them. And then... yeah, that just kills it. And then we're back to the situation that we found ourselves in before. With one muncher already gone on the left side. Wait. Okay, no. Why is that muncher gone on the left side? Hang on, I didn't remember dealing with it. Did I? Oh, maybe it was taken out with POW. Because I didn't remember dealing with it, and it's not like we displaced it off screen or anything like that. You can despawn this one, but I don't think despawning it counts towards the condition. But I said I would test that. I didn't actually wind up testing that. If despawning this piranha counts towards the condition, maybe we have a route, but you would need to take damage off of it and then despawn it, which... Well, we'll see. I think I'd better test it. No, not like that. No, let's not rush it. Yeah, I said a while ago I'd test it, and I didn't actually test it. Clear conditions and spawning rules lead to so many complications sometimes. But we'll see what we can do. I don't think it will, but let me just try something quickly. We'll just push it all the way. See if anything happens. Because certainly it doesn't come back, right? But then you still have this at least 2 condition to deal with, and then maybe the at least 2 condition remains unaffected. Because currently the only thing I can think about in this is... Well, we know we've expended both objects, both carryable objects, by the time we get to the mushroom on the right. Also need to jump over this. Okay, let's go over this way. And also... Yeah, notice also that you can do the sort of sneak like this with the POW and P exchange to kind of clip through one of the objects that you drop. This might be important. Because what if you have a situation where you can clip through like this, and in so doing, sneak over to something like the bottom right corner. I'm not sure. But the fact that you can kind of clip 2 objects against a wall like this might actually become relevant. Let's push this thing just to check this. Because what if you despawn it? Actually, what if you go to the screen edge? Well, then it's just off the edge, right? Nothing happens. You don't have anything with a condition. Yeah, so this absolutely remains a bit of a problem. That thwomp coming down here. I mean, where else do we take damage? Or at least find some way to prevent taking out the piranha that's on the right side column. Or have it be released in such a way that you can have it jump. And jump in a way that you can use the fire flower on the other side. That's still the possibility that we haven't really investigated because it doesn't really seem possible to set that up. So let's go back to the familiar sequence that we had. We're basically just going to do it again and again until we can spot which step in it needs to be reconsidered, because I think the general approach that we had was probably right. There are a couple of things that we haven't accounted for, which is that the loose stacking of the two munchers just does kind of imply that maybe we should rethink how we're doing the pow throw. But at the moment we can drop it. Now you drop it, then you can take them out as before with the spiny hat. The fact that we're taking them both out at once might become interesting. Or maybe not, because regardless, you still need to thwomp to punch through the clouds. But is there a way, I'm thinking, of having the thwomp punch through the clouds and yet being under the thwomp such that you can actually sneak through to the bottom right with a shell intact? I don't see how you would do it. Maybe there's something that needs to be done with the priority order of how you lose the hat versus losing the mushroom if you have both. But the thing is, if you escape the bottom right area with the mushroom, you can't actually get back in because that ledge also prevents that. So you know it's not going to be something like that, but well, let's see, because the piranha plant on the right side obviously does have to remain alive, so you can stomp through it. Because we don't really have another object that we can step on that side. Yeah, everything in the ending sequence here, I mean, it's obviously just supposed to be an ending sequence, but I really do wonder if anything there is going to turn out to be useful. So you can just take this one out directly. I don't know that you necessarily want to, but maybe something can be done with displacing the other piranha. The fact that the top left piranha is just there to be killed doesn't really look right, I guess. There's probably some other interaction we haven't considered. I mean, you don't want to take the P in here. The P is just going to activate. However, why don't we do the coin drop thing? Because that's the only thing that you need the P for, right? The only other than pushing, rather. You need the P to push. But if you do the coin drop, what does that possibly affect? Because I'm looking at this and wondering if there's a way to actually use the coin turning back into a turn block. No, not really. And squishing something that way, like squishing one of the piranhas that way. I don't think there's a way to set that up. Nothing's going to reach there. Oops, made a bit of a mistake here because we needed to sneak away with the POW. However, we can kind of test this. Let's... Whoops, no, didn't want to do that, but... Yeah, because the Thwomp needs to come down and hit the clouds. Thwomp comes down and hits the clouds. We POW everything away to get rid of the munchers. The Thwomp is then allowed to go down one additional slot. Or rather, that's if we chuck the POW in a way that leaves the Thwomp alive. But then we still have no way to sneak across to the hard blocks, so that doesn't work. Unless there's a way that we can displace the Thwomp in such a way that we can sneak under it and go to this cloud to the left. I just don't see a way to do it. Some weird glitchy collision that we need to look for, maybe. Oops. Nope, too far. Yeah, most of the sequence looks okay. It's just that we're using the top left so haphazardly that I think we probably have a bit of tunnel vision for something that is supposed to be useful for. In particular, the loading of that middle muncher on top of a falling platform looks very suspicious. Kind of like you're supposed to take an object up top and then maybe use that to displace the piranha. But if you displace that piranha... Well, how would you do it? Sometimes you can displace them by way of a throw or something, right? That, you know, if you sneak over to the left side of that piranha, like this, and then bump it, then you can have that piranha come down as well, potentially. Then the reason you would have this donut block here is to guarantee that you can send it back down, perhaps, or that platform is doing something when it comes to loading rules, like it can keep something that we want loaded. I'm not sure, because you still need to take out both piranhas, right? Like, you still need to take them out, but you need to take them out and still take the point of damage from something. Because all along I've been thinking, well, what if you can take a point of damage from something like that muncher? Or... yeah, because the thing is, it has to work in this sequence. Use the spiny hat on the bottom right. Oops. Then lose the spiny hat. And then, if one of the piranha plants is your source of damage, then at that point you take out the plant. But we don't have a way to do it. We have no tools. So the only thing you can reason from that is that the damage source might have to be... if you don't see a way to take out the piranha plants with no tools, like no spiny hat, no P, no POW, then the damage source has to be something that's not one of the piranhas. And so something needs to remain alive. It has to be... and it can't be something that you hit from the bottom, because obviously that would take it out with a spiny hat. So... oh. No, that won't work. I was thinking that when you have mushroom and spiny hat, like if you have them both available, then sometimes there's a certain sequence by which you're going to lose them, right? But then you still run into exactly the same problem. Like the same logical conundrum, which is that if you take damage from one of the two piranhas on the left, then that leads you to a logical contradiction, because unless you have a way to take out the right side piranha separately using Fireflower or whatever else, that still doesn't present a viable solution. Here's one thing. So POW at this point kills that muncher. Now, here's the thing. You can drop the thwomp by running towards it from this side. What if the thwomp needs to activate a POW? I don't think it can, because if it activates a POW, then it's not able to cut down to the clouds. But what if you have something like this? That you have the thwomp essentially cut through. Well, no, because like you can't actually unload any object that's on top of the cloud at this point. I was thinking, what if you actually have the cloud? Well, what if you have the thwomp kind of cut through to the cloud and have an object that's kind of not really loaded there? I don't know. There's some loading rule nuance here that we're not catching. Particularly when it comes to maybe using the platforms to keep something alive. But yeah, so I think what's going on with the loose stack of the munchers at the point is that if you throw the POW like this, then you still have one muncher to deal with on the right side. And moreover, we took out the hat. But if you grab the hat, then you know that you're losing a platform anyway. And then you have a situation where you lower both munchers. So I think everything that we've been looking at has been worse than our original solution in terms of complicating things even further without actually making any meaningful gains. And oops, too far. But okay, so let's do this again. So yeah, there are a number of interactions that we just have not used. Maybe. We're going to sustain this for a moment. Let's go back to the previous state that we had just to try to inspect this again and see if there's anything else doable at that step. Because we've got a couple of possibilities right now. So the first possibility is we keep something alive such that we have a damage source that is not a piranha. Second possibility is that we do something to reposition the rightmost piranha such that it can be reached with a Fireflower. I don't see that happening at all. I really don't see how you would move everything into place to make that. Third possibility is that we take damage. Okay, so suppose that we have to take damage from a piranha that's alive. Then you lose the spiny head. So third possibility is we need to find a way to kill the piranha without any of those tools at our disposal, like some way to, I don't know, squish it or something, or displace it, or something like that. But the problem that I see is, you know, you can directly kill a piranha using something like a POW drop on top of it, but if you do that, that means that the POW has to be alive at that point. If the POW is alive at that point, then that means that you have not yet opened up the bottom layer over here. which means that you still need a spiny head because you need it to get through the bottom right. One thing that we have not used in a meaningful way is the mushroom. The assumption thus far has been that you don't get the mushroom until you are sure that you want to be past this point, because otherwise you can't get past this corner. Now, on that assumption, the purpose of the mushroom is to be able to take yet another additional point of damage so you can spin jump through the right side column and get to that final piranha. What if we're missing something on that step? Well, at this point, we're just burning tons of time. So let's displace. I actually wonder if there would be a reason to displace this piranha on top of something like the falling platform. Let's say you lower the platform, the munchers come down. Let's say you don't get the spiny head yet, but then you don't have a way to take out the munchers. Unless... So, is there a reason that we would want to defer a spiny head until very late? Maybe. Until very, very late. Because let's say you are able to take out the muncher stack after lowering this platform without taking out the thwomp. Then the thwomp is able to come down and hit the clouds. Now, what I'm thinking about is if there is a way to actually drop safely under the thwomp. Or displace the thwomp in such a way that is actually able to take out the third cloud on the left, which would then give me an additional tile to run through. I don't think so, because the only thing that you would use to suspend the thwomp above that position is a POW, which it destroys, or a P, which it also destroys. So I'm trying to think about whether you can, in fact, do something to sneak under it. Don't see it. I wonder if there's some reason why you might want to load something onto the claw. Like deliberately throw something up into the claw. Well, the only thing would be the P-switch, because POW won't go up the single column. Actually, no, one-way panel. You can't throw anything there anyway. Never mind. I think we need to do the same thing as before. But then it's not working, so... What if you do something similar to that? I mean, well, now I'm stuck to P, but what if we do something similar to that in order to displace something like the top piranha? What if we move the top piranha somehow? I still don't see how this is going to work. So that takes this out. But then that also takes out my route to the top left muncher. Let's not think about that for a moment. Let's see what we can do. Because let's say I have a mushroom available. So at this point I need to lose the spiny head, but then I need to be able to take a point of damage after that, and I need to be able to kill a piranha. I don't have any kind of thrown object at this point that's available because we needed to spend a coin first. I don't have a way to get through here if I still have this bunny hat on. And I can't get back here if I'm tall. So we still have the same logical problem that we're dealing with the whole time. Like, that obviously laughs at you, as we know, but... So we're sitting at 1 out of 2 for piranhas if we go over there while having taken damage on one piranha that we had not really dealt with. I'm still thinking about whether there's some way to keep the left side buncher alive. That might wind up being relevant, but we just don't see the route for that right now. The placement of that platform is much too suspicious. Yeah, because the P-switch, if it's under the piranha, it just gets activated. But what if you have a spiny hat, you take out that piranha, you get on top of the donut block, you don't drop the falling platform. Then you may have an object available. For example, you spin jump off one piranha, spin jump over here, take out that piranha with a spiny hat. Then if you had done an up throw at this point, you actually do still have sufficient objects to take the P and then move the top piranha. Move it maybe with a throw. And if you're able to displace that one and drop it, then you have a 2 piranha stack. If you have a 2 piranha stack, what do you do with that? Don't even know, but let's get this out of the way. Oh, no, we have a problem. I need to get the power over here first. I really do wonder if taking out both of the big munchers on the right is premature. Okay, we're gonna try something. It'll be slightly different than what we tried before. I really do wonder, if you don't have the spiny hat at this point, then you don't actually kill the munchers on the right. Because maybe there's a way that you would then sneak under it with the object trading. And get displaced all the way over. Whoops, no, that was a mistake. Yeah, because now, as soon as you grab the power, you just lose to that. But and you can't really trade in the P-switch over there either, because munchers will activate it immediately. So we have a very serious logical problem on our hands here. This is much more complicated than I gave it credit for. I wonder what the record clear time on this is. 52 seconds. Doesn't really tell me much, but we'll see what can be done here. Let it come up. And then, oh, nope. I was hoping to stay in the thwomp upstairs just a little bit longer. Because the idea is that you might be able to trigger the thwomp to come down, and then when it's grounded, you can activate a POW from some different location. But you need a thwomp to take out the clouds. Like, you can't drop through the clouds through the munchers on the right side until the thwomp has come. And so that's still a problem. Because I don't have a way for the thwomp to come down and take out the clouds and go back up to leave me any room. Now, this is all assuming that I'm required to use the spiny helmet to break the hard blocks. I think that's a reasonable thing to assume. I really see no other possibility. But there might be something else we're missing. What happens if I just... Yeah, the POW is just going to deflect this way every time. Okay, well, first of all, let's keep the POW just so I can do this bit. So the thing is, the previous route we tried was just kill everything in the top left immediately. Might not be right. Because let's say... Oh, actually that's a problem because I blocked myself almost. Okay, so let's say we do this. We don't want to kill this thing though, so this is going to be a little bit tricky. Particularly because I already have the spiny hat on. Maybe we should not have the spiny hat for this part so I don't kill it. But yeah. Because if I can find a way to load it like that. And we lower that plant. This is still a problem. Now, P-switch drop here isn't going to do anything for me either. I wonder if this is even a mechanic that I know. Or can infer. It might be something really obscure. Because the sequence I had mapped out right now is that you take out the thwomp, then have the P-switch. The fact that the mushroom bounces that high when you pop it from below doesn't affect anything because it doesn't bounce high enough, but yeah, at this point we have no objects. We're able to take a point of damage and then get the mushroom. Maybe it's something to do with invincibility frames? I don't know. Well, let's try this. Well, no, that's not what I wanted. I needed to take damage. I was thinking we haven't really considered whether there is something viable with the fire flower in the right side column. I don't see how that would be, though. Yeah, we've been stuck on the last step. I mean, not that it's in sequence, but the last step has been most of this experience so far, like the past hour of thinking. I feel like there's some kind of mechanic that I don't know. Because we can set up a whole bunch of stuff here. We just don't know how to resolve the contradiction at the end that I need to deal damage and take damage. That we need to lose the spiny hat, but we also need to take out a piranha. So, either we leave some damage source alive. Or, yeah, because I'm thinking about this and wondering, you know, what could possibly peel off the spiny hat? Other than one of the many, many damage sources on the map. Maybe you do need to respawn something. But then you can't respawn a piranha plant because they're on the clear condition. Maybe you do need some way to displace a plant over to the right side, but if you do that, then it would kind of get stuck. Because I'm thinking, whoops, that even if you did have like this very methodical way to push a plant over here, you'd have a situation where it falls here and you can't get around it without taking damage. Oops, wrong one. Need a P-switch for that. Oh, that did not work. Okay, I have to think about this carefully. So let's delay taking the spiny hat for a moment so we don't lose that platform. So we just don't know how to use anything on the top left, other than just going there and taking it out. I feel like this is something that needs significant rethinking, that we need some interaction between those two elements. Because what is the top left even forcing? It's forcing that you need the spiny hat in a certain order, I guess. And that you need to deal with that corner before you deal with using elements that you would need in order to get that far. However, you don't really need to. Like, if you've used a POW and a P at that point, if you have a spin jump available on the piranha, then you're still able to get up to the top corner. So if you spend a POW and a P, and you still have the piranha available here, you can still go to the left and take those out. But the question is, why would that matter? So you have the P-switch here. You can lower the munchers. They will definitely both get taken out. So the assumption has been that I use the spiny head to take care of the munchers, but if I take them out using the POW instead... I want to try something. No, you can't up throw into this. This is a one-way panel. But what if you have P and POW both stacked here? Then you drop the munchers. Don't think it works. We need to push this out first. Whoops. And not towards myself. And keeping for fun, welcome. Let's not blow that up too soon. We do need to sustain this one in position. So the assumption has been POW over here. You stack it 2 objects high. Then what happens? Well, if it's... Then you're able to take out one at a time, maybe, but then if you peel off one of the objects, then the other muncher also comes down. We have to try a few things. So yeah, 06i, the logical contradiction we have right now is that if I lose the Seanhip, well, I need to lose the Seanhip before I can go up the right side column and spin jump off the plant on the right side. But right now, I can't find a way to lose a Seanhip at 2 out of 2 plants instead of 1 out of 2 plants. Because if it's 1 out of 2, then you don't have a way to take out a second one. So the thing I was thinking about was, okay, maybe you can do something with a fire flower over the gate if you can actually get the run on the right side to jump all the way up. But I don't have a way to set that up. The other thing would be that you leave something that is available as a source of damage to lose the Seanhip, such that the piranha is already dead and you're at 2 out of 2. Because that's the sequential problem that we're running into. That I can be at 2 out of 2 piranhas, but then I have no way to take damage. Or I can be at 1 out of 2, and then I take damage, but I have no way to get to 2 out of 2 after that. So that's the contradiction we've been trying to resolve for the last hour. And it's just the one and only thing here that's been really throwing a spanner into the works. Let's say we do a double stack here. I don't think that affects anything. And in fact, I can't really even do it. Oh, there we go. So let's lower this. The reason I'm doing it is because that might actually allow me to take out 1 muncher instead of 2, but then we need to remove 1 object and then we take out the other one anyway, so that may not make sense. So let's say I take out 1. But then as soon as I remove an object, then it's going to take out the second one. So this will probably not go the way I want. Because as soon as I leave the crouch, then that's going to come down. And then you get this issue, where it doesn't cut the cloud. So you see that Thwomp needs to cut the cloud. Then I need Spiny Hat to bust up the blocks. Unless there's some alternative for either one of these things that I'm missing. And I don't see that there is. I think the Thwomp's the only way to get the cloud. And I think the Spiny Hat is the only way to get through the hard block. So far as I can see. So we're trying to find where the contradiction is. That there's one way to resolve this that I'm missing? It might have to do with the fact that we're generally underusing the specific properties of anything in the top left corner. Because why is the level even enforcing a second piranha kill with that one on the top left, unless something here is a distraction? Kind of like in the Catch-22 level that we did last time, where with the coins, one of the big 10 coins was actually just a massive distraction. And the real objective wasn't what you think it is. It might be something like that, except once you get over to the right side column, we don't know what to do with any of that stuff. Because I've already considered the possibility that, you get over to the gate and use one of the fire flowers in the ending sequence to take out the plant that's hopping up on the top, on the right side rather. But we don't have a way to make that plant hop high enough, because all of the objects that are relevant are gone by that point, and you also need to get ahead of it to get up there in that spot with a spin jump before anything can happen. Oops. So we know how to get all our tools here. That's an important first step. There might be something weird that you need to do with the POW activation. That's the only other thing I'm considering. But then who is even able to activate the POW? The only thing is the Thwomp, really. Other than Mario. And the Thwomp can't just hit the POW directly because the Thwomp needs to cut the clouds first. So essentially, when the Thwomp cuts the clouds, do I have a way to sneak below it? Perhaps. I don't see that I do. Oh, whoops, that's a mistake. I don't want to do that. So you see, you can do a coin drop to take out the coin. Because that's the only thing that you need to use the P-switch for other than pushing. If you push things in a position, you can just do that. Now, if you spend the POW, however, you need to make sure you're wearing the helmet first, otherwise the helmet is taken out by the POW. So the POW cannot be spent prior to obtaining the helmet. If the POW cannot be spent prior to obtaining the helmets, then what do we even just do all that for? Well, let's say we have the helmet at this point and we have pushed the piranha out of the way, and then we get the Thwomp to come down. I'm just trying to see if there's a way for the Thwomp to hit the clouds, but then there's one thing I want to try, which is the Thwomp comes down and hits the P-switch. If the Thwomp comes down and hits the P-switch, I believe it cuts through and hits the clouds, right? So then it still gets trapped under the one-way panel. But I want to test if that's actually the case, because there might be some kind of positional nuance to that we haven't considered. Oh, whoops. Nope. Just kept missing the execution here. Because we don't want the flump to come down too soon. We want to make sure, first of all, that we've pushed this out of the way. Then we load this stuff. The question right now is, what if the flump hits the P? This is just going to be a little bit of a test. Oh, and then I've got a problem here, which is... well, no, we don't want it to hit the POW. I messed up the positioning there. I wanted to pull the POW out and then chuck the P over without the flump coming in. And I want the flump to come down and hit the P and then cut through it and hit the clouds. But then why would I want to do that? Well... hang on. You see, there are a few things here that are suspicious that I just have not interacted with. The first is, as I was saying before, the leftmost of the three clouds on the bottom. I don't know why that's relevant. The second is everything in the top left corner of the level. I don't know why that's relevant either. I don't know why it's set up like that, except to enforce that at a certain stage, you need to get through that muncher and kill the other plant. And that muncher is obstructing you such that you can't reach the other plant without dealing with it first, which forces a certain order. Because I'm looking at this and thinking that we might even just need to get a logic diagram here of dependencies and just figure out which dependency we're missing. It's some very nuanced mechanic, and I just cannot see what it is. Okay, this time we're going to do this a little more carefully. We're going to sneak all these away and get out before the flump comes back down. Okay, so now we've done that. I need to check what happens with the flump cutting through the P-switch. Specifically, is it the case that if flump comes down and hits the P-switch, then it would cut through and hit the clouds at that point? If that is the case, well, let's see, because I'm trying to see if there's a way to sneak Mario underneath, basically. But the POW would have to go first, if that's going to happen. Let's take out the top left stuff while we have a chance. I still don't understand what the whole top left area is doing, because I really feel like we're missing an interaction here. Whoops, no, can't do that. Whoops, can't do that either. That was not what I wanted to check. Oops. Going to lose too many attempts to try and execute this as well, so... Again, just going to do this as a bit of a test. Just to see what happens. So the current hypothesis is... no, didn't want to do that, but that's okay. I just want to test this. So... But then Thwomp needs to come down a second time to still hit the clouds. And the thing is, if the clouds are not gone, then even if the munchers are gone, you can't go down. And so none of that works. Oh no, can't do that. Although, of course, I'm still thinking that, you know, one thing that we have definitely not considered enough is what happens if you do an early POW throw instead of the whole helmet interaction that we had earlier. The implication is that you could then still get up to the top left. So, for example... Oh no, you can't do that because it takes out the helmet. You can't do it before helmet. I was thinking, is there a way to get up to the top left with no helmet? Because then, if you do that, then maybe you can safely use the P to displace the top left piranha, but I don't see it happening either. Now notice, since we've blown this already, that if the Thwomp comes down, it will hit the P-switch first, and bounce off and retract before dealing with the clouds. Yeah, because it's not really going to do anything else for me here. Now, and I can't sneak under there either. And none of that is doable without spending the POW, because the POW is necessary to get rid of the munchers in the bottom row. What if... Okay, I have to try something. I'm going to see if I can escort this piranha over to the top left. That may seem really quite silly, but there is a reason for it. Something I want to try. I don't see how it's going to work anyway, because the issue that we're having generally here is that we have no damage source past a certain point in the level. And if the munchers are gone, the Thwomp is gone, and less left of the piranha plants, then we just don't have a way to kill them. Because the thing is, at that point, P has been expended, POW has been expended. Yeah, I actually don't know with this one. We're very, very stuck. Because if you just take out 2 plants immediately, that's no different from... Well... Well, let's see, because... we've been assuming an awful lot about the plant on the right side. Like, the plant on the right side, how did it go? It was that high. Not high enough to reach with a fire flower, unfortunately. And we don't have any kind of object at that point that we can throw towards it, because again, to get to the point where we can get that mushroom, POW and P have both already been expended. I don't know if there's some way that we can shortcut spending one of them. But there's no way we can get through that turn block without P activated. And there's no way we can get through the cloud section without the POW being activated. I don't see anything that would be incorrect about asserting that, but we still have the same sticky problem as before. Yeah, I'm kind of impressed at how tangled this last step is. And, you know, I thought I had it all mapped out. And then the last step has this staggering logical contradiction that I just can't get around. And I don't know if it's a matter of just knowing an obscure mechanic. Because I can't see how else we would do it. Hang on. Let's take this first. I'm kind of curious about one thing. Up throw into shell. So look at this. Then you pick up the shell and the P gets trapped at the top, right? Presumably. I was just kind of curious what happens if you launched a P like that. In terms of what the collision order would be. And then you would get the P back, so it doesn't even lose anything necessarily. But yeah, despite it being fun to trade positions like that, that doesn't actually do anything for you whatsoever. Does not accomplish a thing. So the thing is, up to that point, so much of the rest of the sequence feels okay. I mean, up to what we had mapped out very, very early on. Does pushing the left plant do anything? I was trying it earlier. Rather, I didn't have a good way to get an object up there. I was trying to get the P up there. But pushing off screen doesn't do anything when it comes to the clear condition, no. I was thinking that you could throw under it. Yeah, I did take a P up there earlier, but the thing is I already had the helmet. Because I needed a spiny helmet to get through the muncher. Unless we had spent the POW first at that point. But no, if you spend the POW, you have to have the hat already, otherwise you lose the hat. So the problem was that I was thinking, oh, why don't we just do some kind of forward throw and displace that plant? But I unavoidably was killing it with a spiny helmet. But I don't see any reason why... So I don't know how to push it to the right, and pushing it to the left is nothing. It doesn't fill a condition or anything to yank it off screen like that. But absolutely one thing I'm considering is whether there's some way to leave this muncher on the board such that that is the source of damage. But then you would need to find a different way to... You know what? No, that's the thing. We have no way to actually sustain this muncher, I think. Because if you take out the left side plant with the POW, as in when everything else on screen is dying to the POW. I think we have done that already, though. In that case, you don't actually need to climb up to the top left. But again, that doesn't seem to affect anything. you still have the same situation that you have at the end where there's no way to take damage. So I need some way to lose the helmet. And either I lose the helmet to something that is not a piranha, or I have to find some way to damage a piranha without a helmet. And without the POW, the P. I mean, maybe you can crush it with a muncher. But I don't know how to do anything about that muncher to release the donut block underneath it. Because I wonder if you can step close enough on a kind of pixel by pixel basis. I don't think you can, but I wonder if there's a way to activate that donut block and drop the muncher. Because its positioning here is generally kind of a mystery. I don't even know what that platform is doing, essentially. Like, we need to figure out what is going on with having a platform available. Hang on, let's just do this first. Because all along I've been assuming that you can just take out the muncher using the helmet, but then if you remove this first, so I don't know what that's useful for. I mean, if you take out the muncher, you're able to land on top of the donut block. Donut block takes priority over the platform, which means that you can load something onto the platform. Which means that maybe we should be rethinking using the P to move the other one, because that could be right somehow. The POW still kills if the piranha is in the claw. It doesn't kill the piranha, no. If the piranha is in the claw, it remains alive. But the problem is that at that point, the POW's already gone. Like, the POW has to be used before I lose the helmet. Because POW gets through the munchers. Helmet blows up the hard blocks to the right. So the POW is no longer available at the stage where you need to lose the helmet. Unless I'm missing something with that. But I don't think the POW is available at that moment. There might be some kind of despawn respawn logic going on that we haven't considered yet. Like some kind of spawn manipulation, maybe. With the respective entities, but yeah, I truly do not see it. This might wind up being the only puzzle we can actually do today because we're playing the super world as a super world, and so we're stuck. We actually cannot progress. I'm just messing around at this stage too. See if we can figure out anything. I mean, so far the assumption has been that the right side piranha is not one of the ones that we take out. If we can find a way to disprove that. For example, by loading a piranha plant all the way to the right to lift it. That gets you into the same kind of problems, though, where there might not be a good way to take damage after that point. And regardless, I just don't know how to get a piranha around this corner. Because we can find a way to load one all the way over. That might be interesting, but... And then kill one with the fire flower at the end. I suggested that idea a while ago, I just couldn't see a way to set it up. Because if you're able to take a point of damage, you can do some kind of swap. Well, first of all, let's just do this. There's still a logical problem that's going to happen here that I'm trying to work out. Because supposing that you can push a piranha plant here, how do you get it past this point? Well, if you're able to take a point of damage, you can drop something on top of it in a way that trades it over. And then you have some invincibility frames, you take the invincibility frames and you continue to push it. Problem is, at that point, I'm losing a helmet. And the thing is, the way I'm seeing it right now, you need to spend both items. You need to spend both the POW and the P before you can lose the helmet, because otherwise you have no way to get over to the hard blocks on the right. Which means that if I try to push a piranha this way through here, it gets stuck here, and I have no way to deal with it. Yeah, I've been on this step for probably over an hour and a half now, like this single step that we're missing. I still don't see what's eluding me. Like, we might have a little bit of tunnel vision for this, but I feel like it probably is manipulating something with one of the piranhas. Well, it isn't safe to assume that we just kill the two on the left and then ride the one on the right. It looks like it has to be that way, but there's potentially some kind of trick with this that has led us to pick the wrong 2 out of 3. Anyway, let's get that, well... The idea is that if we move this guy to the left, we can spin jump off of him. But then we had a spawning issue with it earlier, I think. Such that it wasn't really a working idea. Now we know that, well, that was a mistake, but we know that you can actually have something like a POW bounce on top of a piranha. I don't know why that would be useful. No, not a POW, rather. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Let me think about this for a moment. No, that cuts through, but then you can have a... What was I thinking about with the POW bounce interaction? I'm thinking about the grounded plants, like the ones in SMB1. It doesn't work with these ones. I think you can't have a sequential POW bounce on top of them. So we're still really, really missing something. Because if you have a single POW take everything out like that, the thing I'm trying to figure out is whether you can actually have the Thwomp come down, hit the clouds, and cut through Mario in such a way that Mario can still sneak through. The problem is that we would lose the helmet, and if we don't have the helmet, cannot cut through the hard blocks. But I'm looking at this and thinking that there might be some kind of spawn manipulation that can be done, because the fact that we can scroll this far out and hide the top left corner seems very suspicious to me. I feel like there's something you could do to maybe even maintain that muncher. You feel like it's something off screen because this screen is scrollable compared to the other levels. Yeah, like it's not a despawn, but it might be something to do with the way that objects are loaded on the top left. But I still don't see how to kill it. Because the thing is, if you take out something that uses a clear condition, it's not going to come back. Now the question is there a way perhaps to get rid of that muncher in a way that could actually spawn it back? Because previously I tried a throw over here and it does ties to it. But if it's something that's kind of remote activated, you know what? I'm going to try something with the power range. It's not going to work out necessarily, but we need to test something. Whoops. Oh, that's a mistake. But yeah, the fact that it's built so wide and the fact that you can scroll past these two elements specifically makes me suspect something is up, because if we're able to take damage on the muncher, say. But then again, if you're taking damage and peeling off the spiny helmet, at that point you've already spent the POW. Okay, I want to try something. This is probably not going to be a solution step. I just want to test it out. Okay. So look at this. Thwomp takes out the POW. Muncher still remains on that side. We're at 1 out of 2. We still have the P available. However, the reason this can't be a sequence, of course, is because the Thwomp isn't available to take out the clouds. So you can't have the Thwomp be activating the POW like that unless, of course, you find some way for the Thwomp to hit the clouds and then sneak the POW through and drop it. If we can get to a state where let's say the Thwomp hits the clouds and comes up, maybe there's a short timing window where I can soft drop the POW down below it. Then Thwomp comes down, hits the POW, and then this guy here is still in place. Now there might be some problems with that. But you see, if it's a Thwomp activating the POW, then the POW has a limited range. It's not going to be everything on the screen. If it is Mario activating the POW, it's going to have a larger range and blow up everything. The interesting thing is that that means that if we displace this plant over, then we have a way to spin jump up here. And then we have a way to take damage on this muncher. However, at that point, the one on the top left will still remain. And moreover, because you haven't used a P, you can't really lose the helmet yet. You have to use the helmet and blow up everything on the right side. But if you grab the mushroom, you can be tall, and that doesn't help because you need the mushroom to get through the top right side gate. But the idea of Thwomp activating POW is something that we should keep in mind. But the Thwomp needs to hit the munchers in the bottom layer, so I just don't know that we'll ever have the space to do it. Yeah, because Thwomp needs to come down and hit the clouds first. It comes down and hit the cloud, and then as it's retracting, I wonder if there's a timing window when you can actually drop the POW under it. I still don't see this as actually doing anything helpful, but... Oh, actually, if we just left this on a claw, that would have maybe helped. But it would drop down on the way to the right side, so never mind. Let's just move this slightly over so I can spin jump off of it later. And I put a P in a really bad position. Yeah, bad position. So okay, let's just keep doing this just to test something. So the idea is that I'm going to let the Thwomp come down, hit the clouds, and I'm going to... Oh no, this is still a problem, because the thing is, unless you use the POW, the munchers are still there. But basically I'm trying to get the POW to be activated by the Thwomp. But if the Thwomp activates the POW, I have no way to actually take out the clouds. Yeah, I really don't see this. Very, very tricky. This might wind up being the only puzzle I do today. I'm not even sure I'll solve it. Got a very weird edge case here, perhaps. So we know at this point how to keep everything alive up to the point where we have the last point of damage to deal with. I'll work out the whole sequence again here. Yeah, on top of all that, you have all these platforms that, I mean, this one clearly is just there as a gate that forces lowering the munchers, but the other floating platform, the other flimsy lift rather, is like it's there to permit an up throw into that location so you can pick up a piece and continue from there. Except I don't have a good way to use that. Interestingly enough, well, okay, this is a bit of a problem. Let's go across. Let's see what happens if I use the muncher. Not the muncher, the crown plant. To see if I can lift anything. Now, I can't put a POW on top of it, though. That will not work. I also can't let the muncher activate the P. Nope, it's already not what I want. Yeah, it doesn't have any kind of collision with the muncher, it just goes straight through. Naturally. So look at this. Up throw of the POW lifts this muncher. What does that even do? That's kind of interesting, actually. Except it doesn't seem to do anything. But that's kind of interesting. Well, the muncher is just going to stay in place. Yeah, so shell comes down. And then munchers come down. I'm just thinking, is there a reason why we would want to drop the munchers but not take the shell? I don't see that there is. The fact that you can do up throw on a POW here and have the muncher essentially block it is actually kind of fascinating. I wonder if that means it's theoretically movable. I'm just trying to see what else we can use that property with. There is, of course, the muncher that is all the way on the far right side of the screen, but in order to get there, we need to have used a POW already in order to get through the row with the clouds. So I don't think that's going to be useful. And besides, you can't up throw the POW into a single column, it just blows up, so won't be anything like that, but after enough fumbling around, just doing this is actually kind of entertaining. Short and sweet, you say? It's got to be something to do with the top left. I just don't know how to set it up. Because that muncher doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. But if you can find some way to get around it, kill the other plant, and then get the muncher to respawn and remain in place. Like, if that muncher can be our source of damage, then we've got something going. But I don't see how it can be, because the POW is just going to kill it. The muncher remains in place if the thwomp kills the POW, but if the thwomp kills the POW, we have no way to beat the clouds. So we have this whole cycle of constraints here, essentially, that we don't have a good way to fix. If the thwomp comes down, hits the clouds, then it's stuck under a one-way panel and it has no way to go up for another shot. Now, the thing I'm wondering is that actually true, or is there a way for the thwomp to eliminate a cloud and then go back up? I don't think so. I think it goes too far and the one-way panel kills it. And we saw earlier that if it hits the P-switch first, it doesn't cut through. Since it's a small thwomp, it just bounces back off the P-switch activation. So let's say we take the spiny helmets. We know the spiny helmet can take out, well, everything here, as long as you're below it. I don't see a way, again, to escort a plant through here. I am wondering if there's a way to escort a plant through the muncher and get both plants tucked into the same corner together or something, but I don't even know what that would do. As in, I don't see how that would help, rather. Well, I mean, we've gotten over to the goal segment before, but then there's no way back out. It's just the victory area, and so the question might be if we Jump up through the right side column off the rightmost plant. Is there a way to take it out afterwards? Well, we know that munchers can activate peas, but we would need the swamp to break the clouds. Or activate the POW. I see nothing else here that can actually activate a POW. Or something like remote detonation. Yeah, because the top left front planet really does look like it is manipulable. But I just see no advantage of doing that. Unless there's a way to respawn something back in its original position? No, not really. Like if you displace it... Then you despawn it. By, for example, pushing it too far to the left or something. So yeah, the starting position on the first plant is slightly mid-air. I don't think it affects anything. It does potentially affect some things that the two big munchers on the right are a loose stack. I don't know if that was correcting for the timing issue of taking them out without taking out the swamp, or if there's something else going on with that. Because the fact that it is loose stack does mean that we really cannot rule out just a direct POW throw into them. I'm wondering if there's some way that we can set up some kind of chain event. Or some way to take out the third cloud. Like some way to manipulate a thwomp to inch it ever so slightly over. I just don't see it. The clear condition here could be quite devious as well. That you take out the one on the left, and then yeah, the thing is, if there is some kind of advanced or more elaborate interaction with the top left corner, what would that even be? Because so far with the top left, we have come up with nothing more creative than just kill the muncher, then kill the plant. That seems entirely too straightforward. Like it's just padding. And so I feel like there has to be some kind of object manipulation that takes place up in that corner. We just can't figure out what it is yet. There's something going on. And the fact that you could have a POW activation with limited range, if the thwomp is coming down towards it, would be helpful information as well. The thing is, we just still don't have a solution to doing this in right order, because I mean, I could even chart it or something, but hard blocks require Spiny Hat. Accessing the hard blocks requires P. Accessing the turn block requires POW. And all of those require the swamp coming down to hit the clouds. So what am I missing about that? What's the missing step? By the way, one does have to appreciate the careful placement of all the flower doodads all over the place in the background. Look at this little passage here. Yeah, I just really don't see it. I might have to see it. Like, you know, it's kind of sad almost to have one stream that's just one puzzle that we don't even solve, but... And particularly because, you know, we can't bust through this, so we're playing through the Super World progression. I was not expecting to be this stuck. But I just don't see anything else I can interact with. This is starting to look like the Mio stream from a few weeks ago where we just fought Sol and Vin the whole time and didn't beat them. I got nothing done. Well, let's work out my original sequence. One that was missing the damage step. Maybe going through it one more time will reveal something. Something that we overlooked. Some very small thing that we overlooked. Or just a mechanic, I don't know. One of the two. So we can sneak in there, remove the POW. Pump comes in, hits the clouds. We break things open, then we have the mushroom available, and then what? Then we're stuck. See, everything here looks like solution space here so far, but then what? Because I can get the cloud, or rather I can get the swamp to come down and hit the clouds, but then if it hits the clouds, it gets stuck there. And if I can find some way to displace it, that'd be great, but it does look very trapped in that single column here. I want to try something. No, it hit my helmet. I was trying to see if I could displace it slightly to the left in such a way that it hits this third cloud. If you can actually get the thwomp to hit this cloud on the left here, like if you can displace it ever so slightly, that it can reach that despite the presence of this whole wall up here. If it breaks the third cloud, then we have a solution, essentially. Maybe. Well, not really. That's still missing a step. Then you'll be able to sneak through... Well, maybe, because then if you're able to sneak through without destroying the thwomp, and then you break open the hard blocks, and then you take damage from the thwomp as your source, and then that would be something. But I currently don't see a way to do it. Like, I don't see a way for it to actually touch this cloud on the left. Maybe there's some other kind of displacement we can actually get done. Because if the thwomp comes down and we run through to get below it, then Mario takes damage and loses the helmet, and then we can't break hard blocks. Now the question is, so could there conceivably be a different way to break the hard blocks that we don't know? I don't think so. I don't think we've seen it. Pushing daisies. Well, I mean, clearly we're pushing plants around. And yeah, maybe it is something like a push of the top left plant, but then how do we displace it? We basically need to throw a P towards it from below in a bit of a weird position. I mean, if you push that one off screen, that doesn't do anything for sure. And it still wouldn't resolve the problem of having a damage source available. Yeah, there are very few valid moves from the looks of it at first, anyway, and it seems like we already... Well, we haven't progressed this level in an hour and a half, basically, or 2 hours at this point. I mapped out everything except the little damage contradiction at the end early on, and I still have not identified something I can do with it. Yeah, so potentially you could manipulate the one on the top left using a P-switch. But it would be tricky, because previously when we tried it, we killed it with a helmet instead, and that didn't quite work out. But the fact that it's along the edge of the screen makes me wonder if there's something else that is displaceable about it. So let's say I take this muncher out, because I just don't see any other way to deal with it. Then let's move this guy, just to have him available. Then you wouldn't just straight up kill this one either, though, right? Like, there's got to be something that it's useful for. One of the things that can be useful for is giving me a spin jump up top. We've done that previously. Now, you can't go far enough to despawn anything on the Womp and Muncher side, because that's all permanently on screen. Yeah, the thing is, if you toss like this, then you just send it over really fast. It may actually be similar to what we really need in the end. Move this over slightly. We need a donut block back so I don't lower the platform yet. I need to not kill this, which is a problem, actually. Look at this, because the P just kind of bounces back towards me when we're pushing towards the screen edge like this. Now, oh. Make it jump. And the P just bounces. So yeah, because of the screen edge, it actually behaves a little bit differently than you might expect. Particularly because it's up here. It's not like the bottom area where you just push something off screen. It actually pushes the P back towards you like this. Yeah, obviously at this point we've lost the helmet, can't use it, but I don't know if there's a safe method for getting this down. Like, oh, doesn't work. And then you don't want to just lose access to the P completely. But if you push it down here, what would that even do, right? You see it? Really? Interesting. Interesting. Don't tell me, but also encouraging. If you see what it is. A slide on a slope? Can't be. This is the only slope. So, with the piranha plant all the way over there, I can't seem to displace it without having the P going completely off screen. I don't see a different way to manipulate the shell either. Because we did try the P-switch up throw into it earlier to see what kind of bounce it gets you. So the top piranha never gets pushed off the edge. It could be a slide. If you can get it on the slope, if you can displace the piranha onto a slope, either piranha actually, if you can get this to jump, for instance, let's say you move this piranha over here, you get it to jump on top of the donut block, and then, yeah, that's a bit of a tricky position though to push it in. But if one of those piranhas gets on the slope, you can kill it with a slide. But all the pushing has to happen to get things into place. And, you know, you can always spin jump over them if you're trying to cross, right? Like if you're trying to cross one in the middle. But you would need to get back up there. Oh, however, No, if you are in a sliding state here, no, let's watch this position. Then you can slide it all the way down, right? Like you're still in a sliding state. Wait, we have to try this. We have to try this. It means that I have to kill this first. I just want to see positionally how it's gonna go. It's the slope. It's absolutely the slope. If we can set it up. That's the thing I was missing the whole time. Because let's say you slide. Donut block needs to get out of the way. Nope, then you lose momentum here. Then sliding state should be able to kill it right here. Yeah, because this one, you can manipulate it here. You take damage on it, then you can actually still spin jump on it to get out. Then, down. Except, it seems like I kind of lost the slide on this little node here. Down, like that. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. I think I see it. I can't believe it. That took me like over 2 hours to see that slide. But that's by far the most promising option I've seen so far. Okay, let's map it out. Total blind spot for that slope. That explains the top left anyway, in terms of how it's set up that way. Look, if this works, it feels very, very earned. But earned the hard way. I don't even know if we'll have time for a second puzzle today after this, but we'll see. I mean, it depends on the difficulty of the next one, too. Okay, let's not lose sight of what we're doing here. P-switch first. Let's walk through the whole sequence if I remember it, since I figured out everything except that step so long ago at this point. Yeah, I can't believe we didn't consider a slide sooner. But we have an exact position that we want to go for now. It should be within range of giving me the spin jump. We kind of need it, in fact. Now, that means there's... if this theory is correct, nothing special about the top left. I hope this flower here is the correct position. It's a little off for spin jump purposes in terms of getting over to the other side. And the thing is, we need to get it in an exact position that works because... actually, no, it's fine because if it's jumping in midair, we should be able to slide into it when it's in midair. So we don't need to be completely accurate. Because it's okay if we're in a position where normally you would overshoot heading towards ground. This might be a little far, this one here. Like if you're able to... well, we need to take out the muncher first, otherwise we're not getting anything done. But if we do this... let me just see if we can get over to the platforms on the right. There we go. So that's how to do it. Now we don't want to build this yet, of course. We do want to yank out the POW. And we need the muncher, or rather we need the piranha plant to be off the ground when we throw the POW, but now we can throw the POW the old way, the same way that we did before. Nope, we killed it. Whoops. We killed it by mistake. Okay, that's fine, but we have an approach. We just need to do the usual half an hour execution mistakes now that we actually see a viable solution. The slope is the best bet, though. I think Oh, now we have a problem because I didn't get out quickly enough before it fell down, or rather didn't sustain its position quickly enough before it came down. Okay, let's do the sequence the way we mapped out. And just give it a little bit of room here so we don't drop it too soon. Can't believe how long it took to see this. That's the thing about slopes, is that they don't stand out as an element that's actually manipulable, right? Like, it's not some kind of object, it's not something you can grab or stomp on or treat as tangible. It's like that 10mm level. I'm trying to remember which one. This rings a distant bell. Distant as in I played it about a month ago, and I should certainly know which one you're talking about. I mean, I've done lots of slope-related puzzles before, like slope-related kills, especially with slope levels where you need to pass through gates by sliding up slopes and in midair and in different positions, but this slope on the left side just completely escaped my notice. Okay, let's not die to this. Let's push it back to where I wanted it. Yeah, overlapping the left side flower bit should be fine. Let's do the rest. You see? Okay, let's not kill it right now, though. Yeah, crystal crushers, that's right. Okay. Now, do not kill the plant. We have some flexibility with timing because we can throw into the swamp. Now, we go P-switch. Also, we need to remember to keep the helmet until we've killed the one on the top left as well. Haven't gone up there yet. Also, we need to not get the mushroom, because that traps me. Okay, now we go for it. And we try not to die to the slope interaction, like with the collision that we are going to have here. Alright. Well, the donut block timing is going to be a problem. I forgot to take damage. I forgot to take damage on it. We need to take damage on it and then spin jump and get back up. I forgot the critical step that we've been setting up the entire time. Okay. Like I said, the usual half an hour of execution mistakes. Yeah, the thing is, the blue platform, I was misreading it for the longest time as being something that you can use to load an object up to the top left for some further pushing or something. Because I was looking at the blue platform and thinking, okay, that allows me to take something with me. Since in this game you can't hold something into the spin jump. And we did everything right that time except for the last step. Even knowing what it was and even setting up the position perfectly. Okay. Well, can't have made for a very interesting experience viewing it today, given that I spent 2 hours literally watching grass grow on a slope. That's okay. The important thing is that we have it now. It's funny because just now with that previous attempt, as soon as I saw the clear condition light up, I knew I'd messed up. That was the tell. Let's get rid of this first. Let's just avoid mistakes. Okay, wait for the plum to come up, as usual. Wait for the piranha to jump. Next jump. Okay. And no damage yet. We need to get the... No. I stood too close. Like I said. It's going to be an absolute circus now that we actually see what's happening. And we're just trying to set it up impatiently. Yeah, we saw every step except that one so early. Like, everything got figured out quickly, and this looks so breezy. And then that final complication just ground everything to a halt. Okay. Let's grab this. Same idea as before. We need to cross from this side to really get a decent angle. I should just take the P with me. And then not deal with this on the way over. We do need to pull the POW back, though, to have plenty of room with it. Okay, there we go. Wait for the jump. There we go. Okay. Surely we'll get it this time. Escape the mushroom. And then we have to take damage first. We'll just jump on it. And then cross over. No, missed. Let's wait for the donut block to come back so it doesn't obstruct. Nope, hang on. Timing's not quite right. Nope, missed. Nope. Not quite getting a slide. Come on. Need more slope here. Need to really start at the top to gain exactly the right momentum. No, lost it. This step is going to be a little stressful while we try to set it up properly. No, you see, I'm losing the slide. I'm losing the slide. They're having momentum issues with it. No, how? Okay, no, I'm not getting enough momentum to go over this little lip at the bottom. That's the issue. You need it to have enough momentum that you maintain the sliding state, even with that being what it is, and then missed. There we go. That took so long. Okay, let's not miss this. Look how the ending face there on the right is actually designed to also be well positioned to match all the flowers inside lighting up for 1-ups. You'll notice the time there is 3:59. Well, we didn't quite take 3 hours and 59, but we got within striking distance of it, and that was maybe not the best result. Anyway, thank you for the GG. That was interminable. That was so much padding, but the important thing is that we saw it, and we did it. That's one of the perils of streaming puzzles, is that sometimes you need some kind of mental shakeup, usually in the form of walking away, to instantly see the solution. In this particular case, it was actually kind of helpful to have a completely vague message in chat saying that, oh, you see it. Because at least it tells me that there's something to see, right? And then it doesn't tell me anything about what it is, and that's great, because it doesn't spoil anything about the solution. But the thing is, you need a bit of a mental shakeup sometimes to just kind of drop some of the tunnel vision and drop some of the assumptions. And because in an off-stream situation, I can think of so many puzzle games and puzzle levels where you seriously just need to, you know, shut things off for 5 minutes, and then, whoa, suddenly it's there. And you get a bit of a clean slate, and then, yeah, just staring at the same elements over and over again, figuring out what we didn't notice, and in the end it was a slope. So, well, that's a lesson, right? That's a lesson to pay attention to slopes next time. Let's do one more today. And really kind of press our luck with it, depending on how the next one's going to go. Now, is it just 4 stages in this one? Maybe. We'll see. I see some junctions and... well, yeah, because it's 21 levels spread over 5 worlds. We don't exactly know what the distribution is going to be. But here's Yoshio Drift Puzzle, and we have to pull the POW block. So there's a Yoshi egg that comes down right away and sails off the conveyor belt. The on-off switch is going to reverse that conveyor belt and presumably send the egg flying. The door is going to... well, we don't know what the door matches right now, but we need to figure out where it goes. I would assume that what the door is doing is that it will hit an obstruction that sends us back here, but we don't know yet if that's actually true. Top is, of course, reversible, and top has this POW here that you would need to go through the right side for. And again, the object is to get that POW block, so we'll have to figure it out. Spike here is important because it tells me that if we do ride Yoshi, potentially that's a damage source that allows Yoshi to run. But let's go to the right side and let's just see what's possible at the moment. So this gets you up, but then you end up here, and then that's a lock, as we suspected. That's the reason to potentially catch Yoshi from an egg, because then if you come here as Yoshi, then you are able to jump up. So, yeah, it comes down instantly. I guess this is supposed to resemble some kind of vehicle or something else. So let's see what happens with the door. The door matches this spot right here under the saw blade. Okay, that's interesting. but then you are on the wall here. So it's the bottom tile of the blade. Presumably, you want an on-off switch, and of course we'll lose the spring here, but on-off switch comes down, egg hatches. But you want to be holding a spring at that point, because then you would send Yoshi on a run. Not like that, because that's way out of position. But let's see. Maybe ram Yoshi against the wall and have him run back. Now you need him to cross the gap. If you have a spring located here, Yoshi would presumably bounce and then cycle. But you need to sneak him over to a usable location. So let's grab this. And if you place it here, you can't actually pick it up again, so that might not actually be a good idea. And then now he cycles through. Now, you can jump below to pick up the spring. Or you can just ride on Yoshi again and see if there's some position that you can get him to that you can't currently. I'm thinking about whether there might be a reason to reverse the off switch again, actually. Or possibly even do something like an up throw to get him to continue to run. Now, here's the thing. What is the objective for where Yoshi is running? We want to get him to the bottom right corner. And the reason... actually, no. You can up throw the spring onto the... right. Now, if you ride on Yoshi, the blade's going to bounce him, but then let me try something. I mean, obviously the run's going to be relevant at some point, but let's try something. Does this bounce you up top? Yes, it does. Okay, I thought so. So, you need to run him to the right side somehow. So this doesn't bounce you. Because you can get Yoshi to the right, then you can up throw the spring, hop off Yoshi, and then use the spring to reach the POW. And then after that, you would need to solve the problem of how to get the POW into a position that allows you to take it to the goal, but then probably that's some Yoshi manipulation as well. Now, here's the thing. You can have Yoshi run back and forth in this middle location, and up throw towards him to get him to face in the direction that you want. And then maybe that gives you the bounce that you need to get him over, although he may well just fall into this pit in the middle here, so there's potentially going to be a little bit of setup here. Let's say we take this down here and then get him to run. Now, the fact that there is an on-off switch there tells me that there might be a reason to turn it back on at some point. That is not just there for one interaction. That's not gonna work, I guess. Thought you could just lift him like that, but that may not be correct. Okay, so now he's going to go back to this position. But if he's running in the other direction, well, no matter what, he's going to hit that wall. Because you can cycle him round and round there, but then there's no way to reverse him. I just need to manipulate, well, like a forward throw. Like that, but he runs off screen. So I need some way to just launch him pretty far up, perhaps. Or, yeah, find some way to obstruct. Let's think about it. Also, this slot over here might be useful. Well, let's think about it. Oh, whoops, forgot to hit the switch. Now, there's just one egg that spawns on top, so that doesn't seem to manipulate anything else at the moment. Whoops, I want to do that. Let's go back to this and figure out the setup. Okay, so let's say I place it like this. Nope, lost it completely. And nope, just have to redo. I wonder if there's anything I can do here that I couldn't previously. Not really. I can jump him like this. Now, what if you spawn in with on again and it's all the same as before? But I wonder what else you can do with that. I'm just going to try to pay closer attention to Yoshi's landing location, actually, when he comes in with off. Yeah, no, just right on the edge. Too far away to do any manipulation with catching the egg, I guess. But anyway, let's do this again with, whoop, holding the spring this time into that state. Just gonna try out a different set of additional nuances here if we can. So we can cycle through like this, which might be important because it might be possible to spring him up at this point and get him across the next pit. What if it's here? Trying to give him a reversal up top. Now, if we have the conveyor belt going the other way, Yoshi just runs off screen if he's landing on red belt. Currently we have Yoshi getting to the bottom layer, but then not being able to reverse. Come on. Get through this. There we go. Yeah, it's not giving me enough time to send him through the top right now. If we can find something to manipulate this landing position here. Don't want to throw that high. Yeah. I mean, technically speaking, if you can give him a push here, then you can bounce him further perhaps, and then on a spring in this position not really work. Does that just drops him there, but then yeah, so off switch gets you Yoshi, but then where can you actually manipulate the spring and advance for that? Given that the spawn doesn't happen until the next time you reload into the door. It's clearly some kind of running interaction, but let's see. And the thing is, Yoshi is able to spit, right? And might be able to, for instance, give me a spring further out in a location that I hadn't really been able to reach previously. But then where would that be? Where would we be able to reach that I couldn't before? Well, Nope, not really able to get through here. We can drop this way, and kind of wonder if we can actually get through down below like this. Good. Okay. Now here's the thing. If I've got him still down here, does that allow me to progress? Because we don't have a damage source going this way. I can't push him, but that doesn't seem like it'll get me nearly where I want. I'm trying to get him to cross this gap here, but then in a way that'll allow me to catch up. And, well, yeah, I don't see how Yoshi reverses through here. This doesn't seem like the most possible path. I mean, I guess we could really bump him over, not really. Okay. Reversal to progress. Now, let's think about this. Hold the power block. Now, we don't know much about this gate here that we're creeping under. Yeah, so you can land in that position, but then that at least gives you a sense of where everything is behind the goal. Sends them out. I mean, we've been able to do that before, so that's nothing new. I don't think so, anyway. Whoops. And I needed to climb, too. Follow him out of there. But yeah, we can just bounce out of that normally, though. That's something we really need to do. Worth a try. The soft drop of the spring into a jump. I mean, it doesn't help you. You don't actually need it because you can already jump up to the top while dropping every object. So that doesn't actually progress. Now, the thing is that when you go through the door, that's when you've got the egg dropping in from above, and there's no other manipulation you can do with that because at that point you're just too far away. So I feel like we do need to establish some kind of running pattern to transport Yoshi over safely. And we might need to do this by watching... Oh, no. Wrong. Watching his position when he lands from... runs like that. Yeah, we just run that slope. And we can cycle him. Now. Lands directly on that part of the belt. And up the slope, then with this cycle in place, what do we actually do? Well, at this point, you can actually manipulate the on-off switch. Why would we do that? Well, because that's what allows you to catch him over here, because Yoshi is actually facing right when he's landing on the conveyor belt. Now, at that point, what we do is we jump off Yoshi and hopefully catch the top. Well, it also allows me to take Yoshi through here, actually, and that might... No, that won't really be useful. Because I need Yoshi here with the spring, and the thing is, if Yoshi's running all the way over here while I've got the on-off switch, I've already given up access to the spring. But that, well, I mean, we've got time, so let's just keep at it and redo from the start. But the principle is basically like this, that you run Yoshi, but then I need some way to get the spring far enough to the right that Yoshi can catch it, which means that if Yoshi's cycling around, oh, I don't know about that. I don't seem to have enough time to run Yoshi over, stop him, and... I mean, if you can jump off of him to jump back up onto the vine, that would be viable. I don't know if you can actually get enough height to do that. Because then you can toss the spring over to the bumper area, and then have Yoshi swallow it from the right side. If you have a running jump, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Let's not run Mario into the spike. That would be a little embarrassing. We need to think about whether we want the on-state or the off-state into the next bit as well. Now, Yoshi should be able to catch that. But that gets me to POW. Now, once you get the POW, that's not the end of the story. Because once you get the POW, you need to be able to escort it back down. And that's okay, because you can take it back down and... it needs to be within Yoshi's reach, though, which, again, might be an issue. And which tells me I need this, because if you're dropping the POW, you do it... Well, you can also just hold it, but if you do a soft drop up top... We definitely need to think about how to do this. So, a couple of things that we can do. We can use the spring. So, do we keep Yoshi on the left and use the spring on the right, or do we keep the spring on the left and use Yoshi on the right? This is something that we need to decide. Because if I'm taking the POW, so I have access to picking up the POW now. That's not disputable. But if we... have the spring in this position, and then I lose access to it. The issue with that is that I would have to jump off Yoshi in order to grab the POW. If you grab the POW, then you don't have Yoshi available to grab it with the tongue. So you can't ditch Yoshi on the right side. I think if you ditch the spring on the right side, then Yoshi can remain here and grab it. And so it has to be up throw of the spring. Whoops. And we definitely want to... Come on. It has to be up throw. Followed by this. Because Yoshi can still retrieve it. Okay, so now we need to figure out how to return with it. I feel like Yoshi's not going to reach anything over here, but if we have a spring, then Yoshi might be able to tongue it in this position. Okay. And then I think because of the blade that we don't want Yoshi to be carrying this. We do want Mario to be carrying this. Okay, that was easy, actually. Significantly easier than the previous one. Thank goodness. Well, might as well continue then. That one went really well to compensate. So let's see whatever's next. Everything is Vine puzzle. Perfectly Vine. Okay, that's an interesting coin over there. I mean, it probably just tells me how to get up to the next area. It signals that coin is over a vine block. And that might be an important tutorial for whatever is here. Except if you go down and continue, then what does that give you? It gives you a checkpoint. Oh, that's the puzzle. Well then, what is this for? Let's check. It just repeats the signal, but then we should probably see what's going on. Just in case it's interesting. It probably isn't, by the looks of it, but you never know. Anyway, 5 pink coins. We'll get into the actual puzzle room and see what that entails, but it looks like you actually just have the full extent of the vertical subworld stretched to the maximum here, and we'll climb out of curiosity, but I'm not expecting anything substantial. Good enough. Works for me. Now we know. Okay, so anyway, we have one-ups all over the place. Not that we're really short on them, but 5 pink coins, we see no coins at the moment. We see a lot of one-ups to grab over here. This is clearly just a transitional checkpoint room of some sort, but it does give us the goal, and it tells us that, well, first of all, Vine over the door tells me that that's going to be a one-way exit. Muncher at the bottom tells me that we need to watch out for the Muncher when we pop out the door. But we're going to be on the tape at that point, so who knows. Okay, so here are the coins. The POW is obtainable to the left. The POW will take out Munchers. Notice what's going on with all these doors here, that you do have a lot of these situations with Vine over door, which is potentially going to be a problem when you want to enter. You do have these two doors in the middle just matched. And I see a note block on the top right. The note block seems to imply that a coin drop with a POW is going to yield a key. But there's probably some reason that we don't want to do that too early. I see that the bomb is going to have to take out the hard block that is to the right of the middle key doors on top of the green snake block. So actually there are a couple of locations that might be relevant to a bomb. But the thing is, bomb can be reusable if you cycle back into this room through a door. And so that's going to be something that we use. Now, the top coin has a bit of an issue in its own right in that we're missing one tile of vine climbing there that we may have some trouble getting through. Oh, no, the note block doesn't have the key. The other key is actually just in the top left. Currently, I don't see a way to actually reach that. You would need to spawn something to give yourself a vine climb through the muncher area that is over here in the left. Or you would just need to, you know, position yourself to be precise or something. But so, for example, let's say you pop this. Then that gives you a spring. Okay. And that precludes you from going over to the right side. It was important to see that interaction just to understand what we're dealing with. And of course, the POW would also take out the bomb, which you don't want. You want the bomb to walk. I feel like this is actually going to be a bit of a bomb walk level where you need to cycle back into this room and walk the bomb to multiple locations. And which will perhaps unblock something useful. We need to see what's in the other question block. So let's just investigate. I mean, I can't reach it right now, so let's investigate some other way. And P-switch at least is going to reveal a coin over to the right there. There's also, well, there are also more bombable locations there, seemingly. Now, this is going to have to be a data reset because I don't have a way to progress at this point, it seems. Okay, that's fine. Let's get back here. Okay, so P-switch is going to drop the bomb, and then the bomb can walk. Now, the POW has to be here. It has to be in its original location, rather, otherwise the bomb gets trapped in the one-way panel. And there won't really be a way to get it out. So the POW has to remain in place until the P-switch has been activated to yield the bomb. We need a way to cycle back into this room by way of obtaining at least one key for the middle rooms. And the reason we need that is so we can actually reload the bomb for further passes. I don't think I've seen what's in the question block on the top right yet. Well, either of the question blocks on the top right. We haven't actually had a chance to reach them. And with a single column over here, I don't know that we can really reach them conveniently. It depends on how we manipulate things a little bit with the P-switches and the rest. For example, you grab a POW, you stuff yourself over here. Jump, and then, yeah, so that would be what gets you this far, and then that's not far enough, actually. I thought it would be, and then we have no running distance, and so it doesn't really work. However, if you walk the bomb is able to blow this up with an up throw and then give you a coin. An up throw here might also give you a vine off of the question block in the top right. I think that's actually what it is. And so... oh, whoops. Didn't need to hit start over because that puts you behind checkpoint. That's okay. Yeah, so... if you hit the P switch, assuming this is a vine, then we can retrieve the P switch and walk the bomb. Now, this we know is something that transforms into a coin, because we've seen it. This allows you to tap the coin. However, we're stuck here now. And we'll just need to take a death here from the vine. However, that does give you the solution to how to climb across the other gaps that we didn't know how to traverse previously. But it does drop off after a limited amount of time, so we only have so many opportunities at that. That's okay, we still just need to identify what everything is. So top right question block is a vine. The question block on a track is also a vine, and it's one that will go back and forth for a little bit and then drop. Currently, it looks as though I can only activate the flying question block. If I'm able to get up there. So if you have the bomb, then yeah, you need some kind of sequence where you will get all 5 of the coins, or at least no, if you hit a POW and then you are able to activate the bomb block and then drop back down, like so the idea is that the POW has been activated. The POW has been activated after the bomb has already been expended. And if the bomb has already been expended, then you're able to fall right to left in the middle and get ahead of the vine block, because when it lands on the tracks, then you have a chance to actually climb it over to the key. The idea is that you retrieve the top left key first, because the top left key allows you to start cycling around this room. So, in that case, what we actually need to do is use the bomb to hit the top right. Yes? No. Let's think about that. I actually didn't think about what was in the note block. We need to recheck what's in the note block, because yeah, I just have to do a quick recheck and then we'll take a death here. Right, because that just dropped the gate. That doesn't do anything to help you interact with the question block here, which we would need. At least it wouldn't chain anything towards it. That's okay, let's take a death quickly. You do need to hit the question block underneath that pink coin block in the middle, otherwise there's no way to retrieve that. But it does need to be hit on that corner. But at the time, you want to spend a POW and then continue from that point. So the question is, do we throw the P up to the top right? Or do we throw the bomb up to the top right? Well, if we throw the P, and the thing is, you still need access to the POW in order to get everything else out of the way. But the thing is, you know, we don't even necessarily need to use the bomb on the first pass. We just need to get to the coin on the first pass. And so it might actually be okay to spend the POW. From what I'm seeing. At least, I actually don't see a reason why we can't. Oh, well, apart from having to take out that gate first. Due to the coin drop. But that's okay, because it means that... no, let's not start over. Let's just take a death. Yeah, okay. No, it does mean that we need to get to that point of the note block in the climb before we actually spend a POW. That means that if you want to spend a POW, you need to have it available up there, or you need to have perhaps turn the coin into a block to prevent anything from happening. So perhaps that is actually what we do, that we use a P-switch, we make the bomb available, we use the bomb for the first up throw on the question block on the top right before the P-switch expires. Then we use the POW. We have to do that in 10 seconds though, because the idea is that we want to prevent the coin drop. So we have to be reasonably quick about this. Okay, in that case... Nope, we have to jump on the bomb, of course, instead of missing. And then we have to run it all the way over, and then run back to the POW to whack it. So it does need to be done quickly. Oh, wait, no. I accidentally picked up the POW instead of the bomb. I needed to pick up the bomb. We went into it a little bit aggressively. Okay. Try it again. It's very much an execution thing, but we do have a very specific plan. Nope, missed it. Also, yeah, no, the bomb needs to hit. It's okay if it blows it up, but it does need to hit to have the vine come out. So I just need a little bit of a jump there. We'll fix that up. And if we smash the POW before anything else happens, then... okay, so that's fine, as long as I can reach the vine. Yes, we can. Because, yes, the bomb actually stopped the vine from growing before. Okay, at this point... Oh, we need to tap it here. But we need the key on the top left on the first pass, because if we don't get it, then we can't cycle. Okay, that slows it down. And... oh, except we tapped it when it was going left to right. I don't know how much of a difference it makes. It probably makes some difference here because, yeah, now we can't get the key. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. Because whether it's going... well, no, the thing is, there's an end of the track on the left side of that vine, though, so no matter what, it's going to be in that order. That track is going to start left and then go right. And there's no real avoiding that. This seemed like a slightly different pattern than what we had previously, though. Let me try this sequence again, because this... may take some rethinking. It's possible that we can't just fire the POW indiscriminately, and that we do need a specific location for it. Yeah, because we have this situation right now where... you know what? We don't need this block right away, do we? Because it's a vine block here, so we can reactivate it, which means we can hit in the middle position instead, potentially. And then if we... yeah, if... depending on the position that you hit, it seems like you might get a different pattern for the vine. Except it got loaded onto that track, and it's still going to fall off the left side here, which means we actually can't go around that. We need a different way to go up that column so we can climb through the coin on the right when it's available. So... but it does look like it matters when you drop the block off, and that it has a couple of different patterns that are available. Whoops, made a mistake. So let's just try to resequence this. But the key has to come first, because otherwise we just don't get enough bombs available to cycle back into this room and break open the rest of the hard blocks. Has to be first. So let's see if we can... Yeah, I feel like we need to do a little bit of research early on into how to actually hit that block, because we have a couple of different parts of its pattern basically where we can dislodge it. And I don't know if that will change anything about its movement in terms of what it's going to give me, and so we should maintain the current sequence just in case. I don't really see a good alternative to what we have right now, because again, the POW needs to be activated before P-switch expires so the coin drop doesn't obstruct us up here. There might be some additional manipulation here that we need to be aware of. So, for example, that goes down, and then up, and it's the same sequence as before, so I don't see how we can actually get up there. Or rather, you get up there, but then there's no continuation, right? Because it just drops off completely. But if you hit it in exactly the right location, it should be able to give you a... Well, no, it's on a track, so it's going to spawn upwards no matter what. I mean, we don't know where the snake blocks goes, and if the snake block does something interesting, then maybe there's something we can do here, but... Right now, I don't actually see what the next interaction will be. No, we don't want to take it out yet because the bomb gets trapped. However, if we step on a P-switch, and then up throw the POW, well, that's equivalent because it just means that there's no bomb, but otherwise, that's the same thing. And you can't up throw the POW up a single column anyway, it's just gonna blow up. So you can't actually get that. So I think the first step basically looks correct, like the sequence that we had, but we don't know what to do with Divine Climb currently, and we don't know what to do with the activation of that upper question block. Oops. Because we need some way to respawn back into this room. And without a key, I don't see it happening. Now, I'm looking at this and wondering, is there any reason why we might not have wanted to use the POW? I don't think so, because we need to remove munchers or nothing happens. But I wonder if that affects anything with the available pattern of the top block, which we might have a bit of issues reaching, at least on this run. Very curious. Let's take it to death here quickly. Okay, so we're thinking first step, a bomb on the right after the P switch. Then that allows me to cycle around with the POW. Everything with that is okay except for activating the question block because Divine isn't giving me any of the positioning that I want. Now, I should think about whether there are alternatives. For example, what if you blow this up? No, that just taps the muncher, but doesn't do anything with the muncher. I didn't think so, but that is actually kind of an interesting location, though, for the bomb to interact with something, but doesn't do anything whatsoever. I would have been able to reach this way, but then you would still have the POW not activated yet. Oh, just start over. Yeah, I forgot that you get sent all the way back here. Well, let's think about it, because if, let's say, you used a P switch to activate the question block, and you have to go back up to pick up the P switch and activate it. At that point, would not really have access to the POW block anymore at that moment. I'm kind of thinking that if you, for instance, had a POW block over here and then you were able to jump up into the Divine, that would be great, but at that point it's already too late to do anything to hit the question block up top, unless you peek on the, well, unless you stay on the right side of the one-way panel, but anyway, there's no other way to get out, though. If you're on the right side of the one-way panel, and, for instance, try to up-throw into that one slot to hit the question block, that doesn't do anything, because you have to go left to get out. So, without a way to that key, there's no way to cycle around this room, and so we might be really missing something here. Okay, so the current sequence we have is hit P switch, up throw the bomb into the top right, as soon as possible, so Divine actually has some time to grow before the detonation, then POW before the P switch expires so you can actually get through the gate in the top. Now the thing is, do we need to get through the gate in the top? Yes, we do, because that activates the question block. Activating the question block gives you Divine. Divine currently gives me nothing except for... well, we can reach 3 out of 5 of the pin coins. We can reach the top 3. Because you can hit the block in such a way that it gives you the coin. You have to, in fact. On one cycle or another. You can reach the top left coin, but you can't reach the key. And... you might be able to reach the middle coin here, but you also can't do much else because the track is only going to pass through here once. So I feel like there's some kind of subtle track manipulation that might need to happen. If you look at the block, it is, if it slows down, it's going to fall through the middle. And so if we can find a way to whack it when it would... So it has two potential falling patterns, essentially. It can fall off the top right track, slowly, or it can fall off the bottom left track slowly, and then that's what we saw previously, where it got loaded onto everything here on the left. If it's going right to left or left to right, I don't think it particularly matters because... Yeah, because maybe if it's going left to right while it's flying, then you can tap it in such a way that it slows down, but it still hops to the next track, and then it falls off gently. And then maybe it has a bit more of a back and forth motion instead of just dropping off, but I'm not really sure. Because if it drops off onto this long track here at all, it is going to fall off the left side. The other thing that I can think of is that if you have a way to not use the bomb yet, what you actually want to do is destroy the winged block as it's coming down to the position that you want. If you manage to destroy it, then the vine freezes in place. It's going to spawn a vine, but then the vine freezes in place. Then, for example, if you freeze it in this column over here, then you're able to climb up through it. But the question is, how do we actually destroy it on demand, given that the bomb has already been expended? And currently I don't have a good answer to that. Yeah, because you actually do need to destroy the block. But then you tap it once and then... If there's a way to slow it down on activating it, but still have some way to... freeze it a second time. Let me think about this, because... The note block gives you the sideways spring. If it gives you the sideways spring, maybe that's... Well, if you tap the block, then it sends it upwards, right? But if you send it upwards, I wonder if that can do anything when it comes to all the positioning that we're working with. I don't think it will, but... Maybe it does. Anyway, we burnt so much time here just looking at this thing. Let's just take a death here and try to execute something. Let's just walk through the sequence that we had before, just to do what we can. Yeah, so the winged block is flying. We just need to check how to reposition it somehow. Oh, I locked myself. By going up here to this slot here. That was blown up. That's an absolute lock, so we need to come back down. I just see a very limited number of interactions that I can do right now. But the fact that we're throwing the POW so haphazardly instead of having a very specific plan for how to throw it might be part of the problem. But the thing is, we have to throw the POW on short notice because otherwise the note block gate up top gets obstructed. The other thing I can think of is if you can place the POW on top of something that will then be detonated by the bomb, so you have a remote POW detonation instead. Then that could work because then you have the P-switch going on. Now, it would not be the bomb that blows up the POW. You would need the bomb to blow up a block that the POW is set on top of. and which would lead to its activation. I don't currently see a good candidate block for that. However, there is this column here, and actually a bomb can be thrown up through this slot. If it's thrown through that slot, it grabs the coin, it breaks open the passages, but then that doesn't give you very much to work with, actually, unless... Yeah, I mean, it lets you get all the way over to the key door that's covered by the vine, but that doesn't seem to help very much. Because you would need a vine climb to get across the central segment over here. So if we can find some way to have the bomb activate a POW, then we might be in business. But I'm looking at all of the hard blocks that can be destroyed around here, and I'm not seeing a reasonable candidate. Yeah, I just don't see who would do it, essentially. Which block would blow up the POW? Maybe there's some other method for remote POW detonation that we need to think of here. But I feel like that is going to be relevant at some point. We just don't know how it's going to happen with the positioning that we have currently. Yeah, because where would you even place the POW to have that happen? I don't see it. Now, let's see here, because I'm trying to look at this carefully to see if there's any other exit door or something that we can use, but no, this is on top of a semi-solid. This isn't going to give me very much to work with. This will not be the solution. I'm just testing something. I'm not exactly sure what. So, let's say you take a pee. And, well, that's not what I was going for, but alright. If the bomb is obstructed in such a way that it stays on top of the P switches, then it would, or the P blocks rather, would get blown up by the P blocks coming back into play, but that doesn't seem to be something that I can set up for any purpose. We need to redo it. I can see a couple of different locations that the bomb is able to reach when it comes to being able to blow up hard blocks, essentially. So, for example, it's able to blow up this one from down here. It's able to blow up those two from an up throw. It's able to blow up this one under the muncher. Although I can't really do anything with that information. Not quite reaching, but... Whoop. Here we go. Let's not get locked. So let's say we tap this as it's going left or right. Oh. Totally didn't hit. And it falls off, and it falls off going right, like that. Now, I would need some way to destroy it or obstruct it, well, destroy it in order to keep it in place, otherwise you can't climb across. The only thing that could destroy it theoretically would be the bomb, but we've already used the bomb. So if we can find some way to skip using the bomb and get up to the top right and be unobstructed, then we should do it. Currently, I don't really see a way because the note block with the coin on top is going to gate us off of there no matter what. Unless I can find some other way to use the POW. Well, we can load the POW somewhere before I activate the P-switch. One thing that can be done is if you use the P, you jump up with a P here, no, because the P-switch is needed to release the bomb. I was thinking, oh, if you release the bomb, then you can actually jump up using the POW, and then you can run up to the top. Then you can use the POW from a top position. But that still has problems because you'll be using the bomb first. If you use the bomb first, then you don't have it available to blow up the block. And if you take the POW, then you can't walk the bomb. So, actually, no. You actually do want the bomb to be in this slot here. Here's the reason. If the bomb is in this slot here, it gets crushed. If it gets crushed by the... Yeah, okay, no, you do take the POW away. Okay, I get it. The bomb has to be in this location. The reason it has to be in this location is because if the question block comes down, it's going to hit this, then it gets blown up by crushing the bomb. That's the solution to that. Then you get the key, then you start cycling around. So now we need to figure out how to do the whole P and POW interaction here to climb up to that spot. Because if you have a P block here, well, maybe I can P jump it. I don't know if you can P jump it in that location while holding this, because the P block obstructs you here. And the thing is, you can't spend the POW while the bomb hasn't walked yet. But that's okay. In that case, we just don't spend the POW until pretty late. The idea being that the bomb crush has to happen before the POW is spent. Either that or the POW is spent while the bomb is in the middle of a fall. That would work too. But then we still have the coin drop problem up top to deal with, and the fact that we don't have a vine climb. So a couple of logical issues to work out here. I like the idea of the bomb crush on the left. Can't see how to set it up yet. Because, well, yeah, we don't need anything to be here. We just need a P-switch to be activated. If the P-switch is activated, bomb gets trapped in this location. Now, we know that even the double stack here doesn't get me over, and regardless, we need a P-switch. The issue is still figuring out where to spend the POW, because if you spend the POW, then you've got some issues, maybe. I'm going to try this. We leave the POW alone for a moment. Or rather, find some way that the POW can get delivered. Or find some way that I can take the POW with me. Actually, you can do it with a vine climb by bumping your head into... or rather... well, no, that's not what I wanted. I had something else going on here, but... Yeah, you can't activate the POW, and we've got a lock here, so we need to redo. Trying not to activate the POW, I was trying to soft drop it on the way up, and we didn't quite do it. No, here's the thing. Yeah, you climb up here, then we have issues from that point when it comes to having an opportunity to get the POW, but... Yeah, no, you can't just do the climb like that, unfortunately, because bumping your head into the POW at all takes everything out. And we knew that, but you can do that with the P. You could potentially bump the P to work your way upstairs. But then you would need something else that you can do there. Maybe we... P jump. Except you need to move the POW first so it doesn't get bumped in that location. And then we still have problems here, obviously, because we don't have a POW. But dropping the P jump actually works, it's just that we don't have a way to carry the POW with me to do that. But actually, a P jump into this location makes a lot of sense. That if we're able to carry a POW with us up there... That's still going to be a bit of a logical problem, because the thing is, you need to be able to reach the question block, and you can't do that if you do P-switch first and then drop the... What's it? Yeah, so you need some kind of POW activation then, and it won't happen here. It would need to... like this. So the idea is that we do have access to the block, and we can see the bomb crush in action. Oh, except now I am in a position where we... Well, you can up throw here, and then the P will get squished by the muncher by itself. And then we'll just need to figure out what to do from that point on in terms of how the POW gets activated, because we don't have an answer to that. Oh, I was trying to up throw, and then I got crushed there instead. I was trying to up throw it so the muncher would land on a P. That did not actually happen, but... Yeah, so we need to figure out where the POW is going to be. And... if the POW is here, maybe it gets loaded by the block. And then when the block gets blown up, the POW gets blown up. So, yeah, we have to get through here before the P is activated. Come on. Here we go. So, ideally, the POW gets loaded. It gets blocked by the one-way panel. Okay, great. There's your answer. Then you get the key. Okay, that's the critical first step. So the most important step is done. And we've solved the issue of how to actually get the key. Now we're able to cycle through the map, and by cycling through the map, we're able to reload the bomb as much as we like. So yeah, this was the critical piece here, like knowing that you can load the POW to blow it up. Okay, so now we're going to do something similar perhaps in terms of figuring out how to trap the bomb in certain locations that will allow me to have a climb. But the thing is, we can come back here and load up wherever we want, so it doesn't matter. Let's just grab all the coins that are easy to grab, and then we can just worry about that later. Oh, forgot. I need to get that bomb. Also, if you reload here while the P-switch is still active, this might actually be interesting. Because you can get this bomb up here. There we go. In fact, let's just blow up everything we can. You can even take the bomb over here to that hard block, instead of doing the thing that I'm about to do, which is just dock it in this position and have it within 2-block range. And then we can see where the snake block actually goes, which might be important because the snake block might potentially give you a bomb crush location as well. In fact, that opens up, which is great. Yeah, because it looks like, with the snake block in that position, that it could do a crush here as well, potentially. And then we just have 2 more problems to work out, which is, first of all, how to freeze Divine in this location so we can get the top coin. Oh, too bad we don't have a recyclable checkpoint at this point that I can actually use to keep the coins, but then that would break the whole thing, so that would break the whole puzzle. We need to think about this. So at this point, we have access to everything, pretty much. Let's just do this again. And yeah, when we reload in here, we can even continue in this spot. Of course, we would need to deal with the muncher again, and let's just figure out where the bomb crush is going to happen, because the idea is that we need to trap the bomb in a certain location, such that when we activate everything else... Well, at this point, let's say we retain the P in its original location. This is going to take out Muncher. This takes the P as well, which is not good, because we need a P to release the bomb. But at this point, I'm able to do the up throw with the P switch. Actually, I don't even need to anymore, because we can just jump through here now. And give myself a vine to climb through. And the note block has been taken care of a long time ago, so that's done. But at this point, you're able to activate this. And then if you had walked the bomb gently over to this location and found a way to trap it, then, well, we would still need a way to trap it. Because then how do I freeze it in this position when the block is coming over? So we need to find a way to position the bomb here, such that it crushes exactly when we need it to. One way to do it is to use the snake block for the crush. Now, the snake block has to be activated from passing through the door. You can't do it any other way, which means that we can't manipulate the placement of any other object from this position. But we can bring an object through with us, so we can take the POW or the P with us. And we would need to take the P in order to have the P available. Otherwise, we can't really... I don't think we can really outpace the snake block. But let's check. Yeah, no, it completely obstructs where I am, so... Yeah, so we would need to get P-switch first. You take P-switch first, and you can take it through here. Bomb can walk down, and then... Well, let's think about it, because... it may be that rather than doing a climb across to that coin, that we need to throw something at it? I don't know. But let's do this so we have the P-switch available. And watch what's happening. Now, at this point, we do not need the P-switch for anything other than just activating the bomb. So, that means that if we can find a way to trap the bomb... we would need to jump on it and stop it. That's the only way that it... we need to jump it and place it. And if it's in place, when it's crushable next to something like the POW... like maybe place the POW here to stop it. But then that wouldn't crush, so it would just push, right? So that would need to be here. And we would need the bomb to be in a position that is placed here. Now, we're going to time out, and we'll have to redo this, but that's okay. The idea is still that we need the bomb to basically in a stationary position and get the crush in the correct location. Okay. Oh, not really going to see it, but... oh, no, I forgot that we actually need a bomb to walk first, and then we grab the POW. We can't preliminary... well, we can't do the preliminary placement of the POW like this. That's okay, we'll time out, and we'll just redo it. Not too difficult to remember this sequence, we just need to execute it cleanly. Okay, so we let the bomb fall into here in a crushing position, we let the POW sit here, so it can get blown up. Then we take the P-switch up. And then we hit, and then walk the bomb. Great. Then we climb carefully to grab the key. And then we start cycling through to bomb out everything we can. There might be some further complication later in terms of the actual order, but we'll do what we can first. Just make sure the bomb is available. And then next we'll... yeah, you actually do need to take this from this bottom location. Either that or you do vine climb over here, because otherwise the bomb is a little too close to where Mario has to stand for detonation, so it's actually kind of important to do it here on this side. And so yeah, next we'll grab the P, grab this coin, and then if we do the same kind of interaction where we have the P switch, then what we do is we have to stop the bomb and position it while having the POW as an object that it can be crushed against. And yeah, we'll need to be a little bit exact about that, but that can be done. Okay, in that case, well, I might as well just do this. Same idea. Doesn't make a difference if you're taking a P up here anyway. Oh, nope, missed it. That's okay. We can still step on the P. And the problem, of course, is... Nope, it just kills it because we accidentally dropped a POW on it. Yeah. A little bit slow in the position there. That's okay, we can redo it. As long as we don't die to this, we're okay. Okay, so we'll do this and then take it up again. Actually, yeah. Walk the P. Walk the bomb. Stop the bomb right on this column. Drop the POW right here. No, too early. Much too early. That's a little bit tricky. Let's see if we can do it. Because we do need the P available to... Oh, I forgot to hit the snake block. Okay, whoops. We'll have to take a death here, actually. That was a mistake. Actually, yeah, no, that was a problem. So that's okay. We'll redo it. Redo the whole sequence because of that one step. It's okay. Can be done. And actually, once you see it, it's not too hard to execute. Whoops. That's fine. So yeah, we need to deal with that bomb much later, perhaps on that later pass. But we'll freeze this. Grab the key and continue. Now we blow up everything in sight. We can do the snake block one first, doesn't matter too much. Oops. Let's give ourselves ample time to use the bomb without blowing it up in our face. Okay, now here's the tricky one. Except, oh, we haven't taken the one off the snake block yet, so let's do it. Yeah, at this point, the bomb does need a walkout. Oh, here's one thing that we can do, in fact. We can activate a P-switch prior to... prior to entering the door. Now, if we do that, the bomb starts walking right away. We don't actually have an extra P-switch available if we do it... Given that we need the snake block to push everything and it is going to kill the other P, but that's okay because it means that the bomb has a lot more time to walk around in the bottom before we need to deal with the timing up top. Although it's equivalent to just hitting the P now, so there's no real difference. Except that if you hit the P switch now, you drop the muncher up top, and you actually can't do that. So never mind. We do in fact need to do things this way. Because otherwise this muncher gates you off. Yeah, that's why you can't have an early P. And that's so far off my position. That's not gonna work. I actually wonder. I mean, do we really need to blow it up? Yes, we do, because otherwise we can't cross in both directions here. Yeah, you do need to freeze the bomb there, but the timing is finicky. Unless we can get the block to fall on the top track. But no, it would just fall off, though. It doesn't go back and forth. So the top track is there to signify the doors. It does not help you at all for the block. So... yeah, again, we can't hit the P yet. We do need to come up here first to activate the block. Okay. Get ourselves... no, it just takes too long. It takes so long to do it, and the bomb walks all the way unless we find a way to obstruct it. But we can set up this stuff first before we have all the walking back and forth. I'm assuming that I need a crush interaction here, but if you just have a timed bombardment here, maybe like a timed detonation, you don't necessarily need to crush it on anything, you just need exactly the right timing for blowing up the bomb itself, but that might also just be tricky to set up in a reasonable way, so maybe there's an easier way to execute this, we just don't see it yet. Because, yeah, the bomb isn't going to walk far enough, you move the POW first. But maybe you need to kind of block with the POW over here. Now the thing is, yeah, you don't need the key switch to come with you up there if you're falling back down towards it anyway, but maybe you do want a nice early P switch, because once you pass the muncher gate, then you can walk the bomb back and forth, so the bomb is walking all the way here. Then you activate the question block, and then that way the bomb red is walking in the right to left direction when you actually need to catch it. So the timing... see, here you can just activate a P switch whenever you want now and just let the bomb walk a nice long way. And then you can place the POW without skipping around. Is it here? Then jump the bomb. That's gonna be too soon. Way too soon. So we just need to figure out how much to stagger the timing then, because the execution there is actually going to be significantly better. We just need to figure out the right way to set it up, and now I don't know if we'll be able to do that within the 74 seconds remaining, but we can certainly try. And not get crushed by the snake block over here, of course, because that was absolutely a risk. So yeah, we hit the block too early that time. We want the bomb to be past a certain location, let's say, before we... Actually, no, the bomb came in too early. Yeah, no, we actually needed to hit the block earlier so it could follow the bomb when it was going in the same direction. So we won't really be able to figure it out on this attempt, but the timing just needs a little bit better approximation. Oh, nope. I shouldn't have stood there. That's okay. We needed to take a death anyway. That's exactly what I said I wouldn't do on the last pass in that spot. Okay, we know the first few steps pretty much called at this point, so let's do them over again. And then... This is pretty straightforward. And then we bomb out all the other stuff. We'll eventually have another problem on our hands in terms of getting through the last key door with that vine on top, but we'll deal with that when the time comes. Okay, so now we can cycle through here as much as we want, except I accidentally took the POW, and we don't want that because I need it to carry the bomb everywhere. So let's go back to the P and pay attention. P for paying attention. Note that it's possible to have a second P switch in this sequence here by activating the P before going through the door back and forth. But you can't do it in this position here because you can't beat the snake block to the crushing of the P switch up above. Which means we grab another one. And then we need to work out the timing. Oh, I forgot about the... yeah, no, I made a mistake. I made a critical mistake. I forgot to do the snake block first. Went through here the wrong way. That's okay. Let's redo it. Yeah, it's purely a timing thing for the last step. I don't know that there's any other way to simplify it necessarily. Let's do things in the correct order this time. And sit and wait. Yeah, I mean, it's all about that first interaction. It's a very front-loaded puzzle in some ways, as far as we know. We obviously still have some unsolved problems to deal with when it comes to the actual exit, but we'll see what happens when we get there. Okay, let's blow up the next one. And the next time we have to start on the snake block side. Now let's not get in here too quickly. Okay, so we can walk the bomb first. Oh, missed. Alright, then never mind. I guess we'll do it this way instead. Yeah, and then the timing's gonna be totally off this time, but that's okay. At least we didn't lose the whole attempt. Let's just redo it. Okay. Yeah, the timing here is a little bit trial and error, but... No, I grabbed it too quickly. Let's just redo it. Let's just redo it. Rather than waste a cycle on doing things out of the intended sequence. I re-grabbed it too soon, that was the issue that time. Okay. Say we let the bomb walk, say, towards that door here, and then it might already be a little bit too long a wait, but that's okay. It might actually be okay this time. No, off by 1. Almost perfect. Almost perfect. The time at which you hit the bomb matters quite a bit. I wish I'd paid more attention to the exact timing that time, but in terms of being able to read how to adjust. So that's the idea. You have to do it that way. I don't see a good alternative to it. Oh, nope. Let's not do this. We need to go through the snake block side. And let's not get impatient about it, as the snake block comes in and crushes everything, eventually. Okay, so we'll let the bomb pass the door first. Whoop, no, that's a little too late. No, I missed it, I missed it. That's okay, well, that's okay, we can wait, and we can just stall. Let's try to hit when the bomb passes the door, and then we'll try to get a more exact read on when it was that it was actually tapping the bomb on the way back. Felt like I hit the block a little bit late that time, but we'll see what we can do here. So it was hitting the green platform. Nope, too late. Much too late, and we got crushed. So that overshot by about 3 blocks. I would say that when the vine is passing the grinder blade on the right side, that's when we step on the bomb. I don't know if there's a less fussy way to do this, because it does look like I need to just narrow down the timing, and that's just the way it's going to be done. You know, if we're stepping on it at a certain timing, we don't actually need to position the POW for the crush, because we're using the bomb to have a timed detonation anyway, and so the POW actually just complicates things. It's easier, in fact, if you put the POW on the right side, because if you do that, then you constrain the bomb to a jumpable location, and then if it's at a jumpable location, then you can actually time it properly. So we're going to rethink that a little bit, maybe. And first of all, we're going to do all this. Yeah, because you use the POW to block the right side, not the left side. Because you're not going to get a crush out of it anyway, so... That's a minor improvement that we can make when it comes to making it a little more manageable and not so dependent on guesswork. Okay, here's another one. And now we take a P-switch over to the snake block side. Okay, so now the idea is that we walk the bomb first. And give it a little bit of time so we can position things properly. Yeah, so we don't need to use the POW here. We can constrain the POW on this side instead. Bad timing. It's okay. Yeah, well, I mean, the first timing matters just as much, right? Like the actual spacing between the bomb walk and the line coming down, that needs a little bit more finesse. We don't need to deal with the POW at all, really. As long as the bomb doesn't... As long as the bomb is kind of walking back right to left, then we have a little bit more room to deal with it. Let's hit this time slightly before it crosses the gap down below. That might be a little bit better. So yeah, let's not deal with the POW at all. Let's just do this. Nope, and then didn't manage to jump out of that. Well, that's a problem, is that it does still need to be next to the block. It needs to be pushed by it, so it needs to be at an elevation that will actually hit. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to do that step that isn't just guessing the timing. Because with bombs having timed detonations the way they do, I don't really have a good way to pinch it while it's still not ignited. Particularly because we're spending the P-switch to release it in the first place. Okay, now let's do all this. And then send it down a few times. To blow up everything else. Okay, back to the critical step. Where the timing is not the friendliest, but we'll figure it out. Let's try hitting now. Yeah, I think actually this time the bomb might be... No, it's not available soon enough. Yeah, we need a little bit more spacing to let it walk. So, just need to narrow it down. Okay. Let's give the bomb a little more room to walk this time so we can actually plan the timing. Yeah, we'll set it down here when we can. Well, we got it that time. We just stood too close. That was exactly the right timing. Exactly the right timing, but unfortunately, the drop was a little bit late. I hope we can recreate that, because that time the vine was pretty much dead on. There has to be an easier way to do this. It's fussy to the point of being suspicious. But then that's what I also thought about that puzzle that we ended on in the last session that also had the bomb throw where you needed to damage yourself while on Yoshi using a timed bomb interaction. That whenever they're part of a puzzle solution, it doesn't necessarily feel quite right, because you kind of wonder if you're supposed to just be very accurate at timing bombs, or if there's perhaps a more sensible and cerebral solution that is a little less fussy to control. Oh, why did I take that? No. Oh yeah, no, because we needed all of these locations that we want to bomb, which we'll do. And then, yeah, this time we take it through. Let's see if we can hit that exact timing. It's actually when the vine was coming around the bottom right corner. That's when you want the bomb to be ignited. But then sometimes it's walking in a position where I do need to adjust its placement a little bit at the time. And so, let's see what we can do this time. Just give it a little bit more room. Off by 1. So yeah, we actually would need the vine to be crossing this tile here when we hit. That's all right. Just need to straighten out the timing a little bit and get it soon. Of course, I've learned over the course of the Super World not to speak too soon about having figured things out, because we've had a couple of situations where the last problem in the set was not properly considered. Oh, nope. Let's not get crushed when that happens. Yeah, that time I didn't give myself enough time for the bomb to walk back into the open. So we need to improve that gap in timing as well. I forgot to activate a snake block. Okay, that's a death. Yeah, we're absolutely in the execution mistakes phase of the puzzle. Because I have a pretty clear idea of what I want to do at this point, but... Of course, there'll be one other complication later, which is that you'll need to do a vine climb, get around to a vine climb quickly enough in order to get to the door, which we'll see how that works. Because getting into position for it might be... it won't be too tricky. You hit the vine, you just drop down, you roll around. You just cycle all the way through, maybe. Might have to be a little bit quick, but we'll see. Okay, what was I doing? I need to bomb everything now. Need to remember what step I'm on. We may have been at this for too long. And we'll do the throw segment over here. Next, we need to pass through the middle. I have to remember, I'll always take it from the snake block side at this point. I've made that mistake a few times now. Okay. Let's let the bomb pass the green segment first. And then hit. Nope, too soon. Well, as long as we don't lose outright on these attempts, we have some flexibility to try again, as long as we remember to start on the snake block side. Yeah, let's give it a little bit more space. So that time was too early, right? So too late. Too late. May need the power block for the crush after all, but we'll see. It might be a little awkward to set up. Yeah, because then you place the POW here and hopefully get the crush. I don't know. That might not work as intended. Let's make sure we start on the snake block side. Okay. Let's give it a little bit more room to walk so I can actually use it. Oh, that's going to be too long, but it's okay. It'll walk back and forth. That's going to be much too late. There we go. Yeah, if it's on the slope, then it kind of clips nicely. Now, can I actually reach at this point? No, I can't, because it's not far over enough. Like, it's so exact that... I mean, I think it's supposed to crush in a slope, essentially, but... Yeah, it's supposed to crush in a corner here, but it's just so exact that... Because it needs to be on the left of it, right? Because the block needs to blow up here. And... So... Yeah, the bomb actually needs to be in this spot. It's not even a timing issue necessarily. If it's on the slope, it should crush. But... Oh, we'll see. Missed it repeatedly. Oh, no. You see. It's just... It'd be execution mistakes all day until we get it. Anyway, now we wait. Okay, now let's back and forth a little bit. And run it over to the hard block. Not blow ourselves up. And then here's the critical step that we've been spending so many attempts on. So yeah, I need to drop the bomb accurately this time. Just give ourselves enough room to actually use it. No, too far off still. I don't think that's going to go. We know from experience it won't, actually. Yeah, the bomb will get crushed on the slope. It's just that you need it to be at the very, very top of the slope, and there isn't really much leeway. You don't really need to time it necessarily, you just can't have it detonate too early when you're positioning it. Because as long as it's on the slope, it should be fine. Does mean that we need to give it plenty of room. And we need to place it exactly. No, no, it does get pushed if it's too far up. Yeah. So you would need to block it with the... Oh, presumably. I mean, at the time, the timing wasn't great either. So the timing does kind of matter, but... let's remember to start on the snake block side. And the thing is, by the time we're done with this, we'll have no time to actually figure out the finishing touch. Getting to the key door. I need to give it a little bit more room here to work with. And nope, too far over. It's so trial and error, this bit here. I mean, I think we're supposed to place the POW to the left of it, but that also requires you to be extra careful so the POW doesn't hit the bomb. And so... I guess if the bomb is slightly to the right, it's okay, then you place the POW in such a fashion that gets pushed against it. But that's still asking for a lot of accuracy, and that is something we're very short on right now. So the bomb overshoot a little bit more this time. Before we tap. Can we? Almost. I feel like that's still a little bit short. It's a little bit short. There's no way. There's gotta be a better way to place it. Like, maybe it's something that you can place using the snake block. Where, for example, you know, you load the snake block like this, and then... not really, there's nowhere that'll crush. Because, you know, you need to set the question block going first before anything can happen, so... I don't think the snake block is going to cooperate in the slightest there. Give it a little bit more room this time. Too early. Much too early. We're going to run out of time on this attempt. It's going to happen. And the vast majority of it was just this one single interaction. Again, maybe we do need to set up the POW as a crush location, but then you still need to work out timing, right? Like, there's no way to do this without timing something. Oh, we could have just left it in this location. Come on, no, it's still so far. Well, we're out of time. I have to try it. Yeah, and you can't really jump it at a point either, but there's just no reach there. There's unbelievably fussy. I may be missing a way to do it that's not fussy, but by all appearances, it is At least with a current method, unbelievably fussy. See, this first trap here, this is entirely sensible, very easy to execute. Everything's easy to execute until that last step, and then... I'm guessing you do want the POW on top of where the donut block location is right now, but again, you need to do it without running into issues with the bomb. And if the bomb is running around on the bottom row, it might not get pushed at all if the timing isn't perfect, right? So you just have no flexibility there. And of course, the one time that we actually did get a perfect placement was when I took a death from the bomb. Many attempts ago. At least we have not choked on the up throw here yet. It's been a very near thing many times. But that's at least going cleanly. For now. Okay, here's the fussy part. 390 seconds to go. We're going to use them all. Just watch. Unless we die early. That's gonna be a little late on position of bomb. That's okay. Oh, no, missed. Missed. Huge miss, actually. Let's just let it walk a little bit. We'll redo the timing from scratch. Might have made sense to use the how to constrain it a bit more, but it's okay. Let's actually place the POW this time. And at least the bomb could potentially get pushed here. Too far over. Too far over. Too early on the bomb. And yeah, snake block first. Okay, let's wait it out a little bit. And let's place the bomb. Or the POW, rather. Just so we have a fixed location. Maybe we can get a crush on it. Can this reach? No, it can't, because you can't even leave a single tiny gap there. Or you have problems. Yeah, this is a pretty great puzzle up until that step, and then, unless we're seriously missing something about how to position that a bit more consistently, that one step there just blows up so much about this. Just for that one top coin. You see, this first interaction here, extremely satisfying. Extremely satisfying to just put everything in the correct and elegant place and then just let the program run, you know? And this first part of the solution just completely worked out. Would be Pretty sound puzzle, even just up to this point on its own. As a little one-step micro puzzle, but oh, whoops! Didn't want to move that yet. Oh, we could have just taken a P through here. That's okay. Yeah, and then all this stuff here obstructing all the other coins, that's purely observational. It's not a big deal. The bulk of the mental legwork is all under first interaction, and then we got that done ages ago, it seems. Only to hit the execution barrier. Okay, let's wait this one out. And walk the bomb. Place to POW. Slightly further to the left this time, maybe, just to take care of bomb range issues. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Like... Alright, that happened. It turns out, usually the least pleasant part of a Mario Maker puzzle is the part where you have to press the buttons and actually play Mario Maker. No, missed the POW, and then everything just... Or rather, I accidentally picked up the POW because we had the dash button down, and then everything just fell apart. That's okay, we were running the timer down anyhow, and that was... This is going to take ages, and the thing is, we figured it out. Unless, of course, we just didn't figure out how we're supposed to do it. When it comes to the positioning, but I don't see anywhere else to crush it consistently, right? There's... I don't see an easy way to place it. See, look at his first interaction. It just works like magic. And it's rather brilliant to watch every time. And then you have to deal with the rest. And specifically the last coin. Okay, let's get the next one. Alright, snake block once again. Let's not forget that coin, and let's not jump into the spike blocks while doing the legwork of retrieving it. Okay, place carefully. Maybe a little further to the left. All right, let's not get crushed here. Perfect. Finally. Okay, let's not mess this up. Just get the key and get out of here. First time we have ever managed to get this. All right, so 350 seconds left or so. Let's make sure we don't mess this up. So we want to cycle back around to the top. And we need to figure out the Vine over door interaction, because I remember there was some kind of engine change between Maker 1 and 2 in terms of whether that actually obstructs the door. It obstructs things like Link pulling up bombs and such. I don't think it actually completely wrecks the door the way it used to do, but I may be wrong about that, so we just need to climb on a vine and get across, because if you get across and you can't get through the door with this key, then, well, lo and behold, you just take a death. So let's get a POW and do, or rather get a P and do the whole snake block sequence again, so we can actually wrap around the top. It's okay at this point if we just spend a POW. No, we need to get a P, but it might actually be okay if we just spend a POW immediately at this point, because then we can just get upstairs and hit the block and cycle around, and that might be okay. So let's figure this out. Can we just use the POW now? I think we can. It'll be easier if we do. So yeah, Vine over door. I actually do not remember what the Maker 2 interaction is for that. I have no recollection of it. And I know there was a change between Maker 1 and Maker 2, which makes it even more difficult to recall off the top of my head. But we will slap this and just spin all the way around. And get crushed because I didn't wait for the vine to come down first. Okay. Well, now we need to do the whole thing over, because saying I was in for half an hour of execution mistakes was actually massively undershooting. We've been doing the last execution steps here for the vast majority of this puzzle, but I think I preferred it almost when we were just staring at the first puzzle that we did today for 2 hours straight trying to find a slope. Because at least that was a problem to solve rather than just buttons to press. But it's okay. Okay. And we'll just eradicate things one at a time. Now here's the thing, if the vine is coming down the way it does later and getting onto the track, and then it cuts across and threatens to crush you, I guess it goes up the column first and then back down, so there is a bit of an opportunity to wait out the block and then not get crushed by it and then get in position for the climb across. But we will need to deal with that when we actually manage to straighten out the rest. Specifically this step here that took us ages to put together, and which we'll need to do all over again. Okay, let it pass through the middle, place to POW. Just step on it here. Okay, that was actually clean. Let's try this time too. Maybe we're... No, 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 no. I missed the vine. I missed the vine, and because I was holding up to climb on the vine, I went through the door. So, we need to do it again. Admittedly, something like that is, perhaps from the viewer's perspective, more entertaining to watch than the 2 hours earlier today when I was just trying to find that one slope. Maybe slightly more photogenic. Yeah, let's get out here so we don't get crushed on the other side. There we go. That's even deader on than we had it before. So at least we're starting to get this thing straightened out. Okay. Now. For the next interaction, yeah, like I was saying, we can actually just go POW right away, probably. And then P-switch can just clean up the rest of what we need. Rather, P-switch can just go up here and give something to work with. Okay, we need to cycle around, but not so aggressively that we get crushed by the block. Let it come down. And then... No, I missed. The thing is, there's a safe spot to stand on, too. There's no excuse. There's a safe spot to just stand on it for the climb. Okay. Well, as long as we don't take a death, we are okay when it comes to keeping that key and not having to redo the bomb sequence from earlier. Let's not get crushed. Okay, stand here so we don't get caught. Climb. There we go. And there's a muncher in the bottom here, so we hold up. No, that's a trick. That's a trick, because at that point you're expecting the gate, and you think you have to hold up because even though it's on the tape, you think you'll drop down to the muncher, and then it tricks you out by putting a muncher over top of you in a transitional room instead, but now we know. Now we know. I get the feeling that a lot of the fussiness of the execution in the very late stages of the level here is very, very deliberate, because the thing about this puzzle maker, Seanhip2, is that he's very heavily featured on Carl Sagan 42 stream in particular, and someone needs to supply that with content. And, you know, that little bit with the muncher on the top column, that's a screaming Carl moment right there. In all likelihood. So, let's... remember that and deal with it ourselves. Okay. Unfortunately, from a puzzle-solving perspective, like, this has been done ages ago, but we do have to sit through the rest. now. Back and forth. Okay. At this point, well, we've nailed the timing the last few tries, so something started coming together, but we'll see if we can actually get it down to some point of consistency here. Place a little offset here. That's great. No. Accidentally picked it up. Well, that's gonna blow, so yeah, no. And we need to not get crushed here. Yeah, accidentally picked up the POW when I was trying to reposition and hold into a dash. I hit that way too early for what I wanted. I think I'm just going to redo this one straight up. We're just going to redo it. That timing was not going to work at all, so. Okay, let's wait it out patiently this time. Place this a little further over so we run into the same problem as last time. Don't completely like the placement there, but that's okay. Maybe this reaches. Yeah, it does. And then let's cycle it around for the rest. Now, I didn't really even get a good look at that last room on the last pass earlier, so let's see what we can do. Yeah, the ending troll here is fine. The actual problem, of course, is that the last step of the coin collection leading up to that point was the experience that it was. But everything is fine. We are not going to finish World 2 today. This is, I think, plenty. Significantly padded by the first puzzle we did today, of course, just because I spent so long looking for that one step that I was missing. But in terms of the solutions today, they were actually satisfying, the puzzle parts anyhow, and each came together relatively quickly. It was maybe a little weighted heavily towards actually executing on the thing, or, you know, solving that one perceptual problem in the first of the 3 levels, but 3 puzzles done today over the course of several hours, and that just happens sometimes. But it was still a good experience to figure out. That brings us to, I think, 8 out of 21 in this set. So I expect to feature it for quite a few streams to come, certainly through all of next week, I would think. And so we'll come back to the super world at the earliest opportunity and crash against a lot of the same obstacles and problems, no doubt. But until we get to that point, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for enduring this, because I certainly had to. But it was a fun time, and I certainly hope that on your end you have a wonderful time with everything that may be ahead of you in the coming days, be it playing or making or any other kind of adventure. And as always, fare thee well.